Timur awaken. World revolution. World revolution. Genghis our master. Timur awaken.
Yo, ones if you can hear me. Want to make sure the mic is good. I didn't really have any time to test it. Ones if the mic is good. Okay. So this seems like a very punctual, ethical person or whatever, the PPAP type. So I'm just guessing they're like on the dot, gonna be ready. Should I message them or what? Just message them. So I guess we're just gonna start. All right, they're calling. Hold on. Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Well, I'm fine.
Cool. Well, good to go. You live?
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, I suppose, do you want to introduce the stream, or do you want me to introduce the stream? How do you want to play this?
Well, you wanted to debate me, so I guess the
Sure,
burden's
so yeah,
on you. Yeah.
So yeah, Jake Shields was on Twitter saying that you couldn't find anybody to defend capitalism against you and show why communism is bad. So I thought I'd do that. I think communism is indeed bad. It's a very bad way of living. It violates the necessary requirements of human survival and flourishing. And in fact, the communists can't even say that it is moral. You can't even say that it is a moral system, being a materialist.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Anyway, I just wanted to also say that what Jake Shields said is he couldn't find anyone who's prominent. Now, there's plenty of people on TikTok that I debate all the time about this topic. You wanted a more, theatrical or significant forum to do that, and I obliged. So, it's not that he said that there's nobody who's going to debate the topic. He just said there's like no one with a large or substantial following.
So, I mean, do you have anything to comment on what I said there? Do you think that communism can indeed be justified in any sort of way?
I mean, yeah, of course. I think what you said is just a claim that I don't even see a reason to entertain. You said that communists can't even justify the moral superiority of communism. I guess you can just claim that, but I don't know why I should take it seriously.
Well, you are materialists, are you not?
Correct. Wait, I want to just ask, just for the purposes of clarification, are you like an Ayn Rand objectivist?
Yes.
Okay, did Rand not identify as a materialist?
No.
Really? Okay, so Rand identified as an idealist and didn't identify with Aristotelian materialism.
She rejected both materialism and idealism.
Oh, in favor of a secret third thing, I understand.
Yeah, it's called objectivism.
Right, which she did not regard as materialistic, according to you.
She did not.
Okay, so yes, I'm a materialist, if you're asking.
Okay, like, do you accept that there's such a thing as free will? Like, could my thoughts somehow cause my actions?
Could your oughts cause your actions? I think I wouldn't reduce... Oh, could your thoughts? Well, thoughts also reflect reality in as much as they influence reality, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say you could reduce actions to thoughts, but I definitely think thoughts partake in the affecting of actions or performance of actions.
Okay, so you think that thoughts could influence reality? Like, that's a surprise.
I think thoughts are a part of reality in some sense. Sure. They do in fact originate from material causes.
Sure, but which way around does the causality go? Like, could I think something and then that causes certain actions that I'm going to take, or would it be the actions I'm taking cause what I think? Like, if I'm engaged in certain modes of production, let's say, then I'm going to think certain things.
Well, what you're describing is a relationship. And in a relationship, you can't ultimately reduce one to the other entirely. It's a processual relationship. But I would say that ultimately, of course, the material world pre-exists thought and the capacity for beings to think. I mean, I think this is true, like, biologically on a natural historical level. I don't know if you would disagree with that. But ultimately, thoughts can absolutely influence material outcomes, but then again, thoughts also reflect material realities in as much as they influence them. So it's a relationship.
Okay, so would you say that it would be, for instance, like the type of society you get at some point, that would be due to the thoughts that the men who make up that society hold? Like, they want that type of society in some sense. So that's the type of society
I don't think that's a useful question, because it begs the question of where the thoughts came from and what realities the thoughts reflect.
Okay, so I'm confused there. So it seems very simple to me. Mm-hmm. Like, is it that the society we're in that causes our thought processes, which is what I read Marx as saying, or is it that our thought processes give us some society?
So our thoughts are a reflection of our materially embedded practical existence.
Right, so that makes it seem like the materially embedded practical existence is like the fundamental thing there. That's what's giving you your thoughts.
It is fundamental, but you can't say thoughts are reducible to that, because thoughts also partake in that. But okay, to simplify it for you, from a natural, historical perspective, I don't know if you believe that, but let's just make the assumption. For example, whatever, type of hominid that immediately preceded what we regard as a modern human being was materially embedded in a certain type of practice, and this was the inheritance that human beings had before they could even, partake in thought as we would recognize it, right? So, in a strict sense, yes, the materially embedded practical existence precedes thought, but because thought is a reflection of that, sometimes our only access by way of knowledge to the materially embedded practical existence that we are rooted in is through thought. So it's through thought that we can have access by way of knowledge to our material and practical existence, but that doesn't mean we can reduce it to thought. That doesn't mean that thought is the cause.
Sure. Okay. Great. So that thought couldn't cause a certain society to come into being, right?
No, it couldn't.
Right. That's what I understand the dialectical process to be. Right. It's that the society you're in, like if you are in a capitalist society, then that's going to, generate capitalist thoughts in you until the contradictions come about, and then it starts generating like.
No, the dialectical framework would say that the capitalist mode of production is internally contradictory on a material and practical level, and that therefore the thing that would be reflected is not necessarily the identity of some capitalist system, because no such identity exists. What would be reflected are the contradictions within that system. For example, principally according to the basic Marxist view, class distinctions.
Sure. So, okay. Then if these thoughts, the type of society you get, the thoughts that people have, if they are kind of caused by the society they're in, whether from the contradictions of that society, right, they don't have like a specific choice over what they believe. Like in the feudal era, they can't just randomly start believing in whatever the hell they want.
No, sure.
They've got to believe.
They can believe in whatever they want, but in order for those beliefs to be material, and like every sense of the word material, so I also mean like relevant or significant or like that matter at all, really, they have to adequately reflect the reality in some way. They have to speak to some, for example, primarily, the way material realities have thus far been reflected within people's consciousness is through mystical and obfuscatory terms and so on and so on. And those don't necessarily reflect reality in a sense of containing knowledge of that reality, but they do refer and signify real material realities. Like a peasant, for example, who says that he's like a prophet of God, and it says that he talked to God directly, whatever, and starts preaching a new doctrine. For him to gain any traction, he has to actually speak to real existing class divisions within his society and mobilize other peasants around his banner. And then in this way, class distinctions can be given some kind of form. But so anyone is free to imagine whatever what is within their capacity to imagine. And anyone is free to attempt to act upon the faculties of their consciousness and their imagination. There's no denial of that whatsoever. But in order for that to be historically significant or material in any sense of the word, it has to actually correctly or in some way effectively reflect the historical and material reality.
Okay, let me just note that down. So in order for those choices about what they're believing to be historically or materially consistent, they have to reflect like the material conditions. Would that be?
I would say effectively reflect. So there's a key distinction here. Reflect correctly by way of like true or scientific knowledge, not necessarily, but reflect effectively in the sense of effectively communicate this reality, even if indirectly to others, then yes.
Okay. So what does it mean for it to be historically significant? Would that be that it is able to bring about some change in what the society would be?
To participate in the transformation of society in what we call history, to partake in the transformation of our specifically human reality.
Okay, so would they have to speak to the contradictions existing in this system?
They would have to somehow they would have to articulate at least a side of the contradiction within the system. So in order to partake in the contradiction, and for Marxists, the contradiction is what propels the development of history itself. Okay,
so then how would men truly be free in their thought if it could only ever be historically significant for somebody to communicate things and try to convince people of things?
Yeah,
if people could believe anything, why couldn't they convince people without speaking to these supposed contradictions?
So you're saying, hold on, what are you saying? You're saying, how are people free if they have to actually communicate with others in order to have an effect on others?
No. I'm asking, if people were truly free in their thought, that they could believe whatever they want. It doesn't have to be purely determined by their conditions they're in.
Mm-hmm.
And why is it that you can only ever have historically or materially significant communication if it's speaking to some side of the contradiction in the class struggle?
Oh, so you're saying, how can we reconcile the freedom people have to, for example, imagine whatever they want or think about whatever they want with the fact that in order for the outcome or product of that conscious process to actually be historically significant or material, it has to actually articulate contradictions within society? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I would say, broadly speaking, when we're talking about the range of permutations that are possible within consciousness or within the imagination, those are actually defined by a definite threshold of what has thus far been experienced or known or possible according to history itself. But, the imagination and thought can synthesize and combine these in various different kinds of permutations. What we don't have the freedom to do, for example, is imagine something that, for example, doesn't exist yet. So if I'm living in feudalism, or if I'm living in the ancient Greek slave society or something, I don't necessarily have the capacity to imagine something like an iPhone. You know, the precedent for the discovery of the actual material threshold of what is possible technologically and scientifically and so on doesn't actually enable me to just freely imagine that. And we can see this, for example, the imagination of a given era is stamped by that era. When people are imagining the future in the 19th century, it very much reflects the reality of the 19th century. We can all see that. When people are imagining the future in the Middle Ages, I'm sure it reflects in some way the reality of the Middle Ages. So it's not. So we have to understand freedom is just the ability to basically repeat all of the errors or all of the missteps or all of the one-sided forms of knowledge and experience that have thus far been accumulated, and I actually think that's not actually the real freedom. The real freedom is when we are able to partake in a contradiction that partakes in a novel historical development. This is freedom as true insight into necessity. Only when there's a permutation, only when there's something that's not simply a permutation of what has already been in some way or another, but actually participates in the novel development of history, can we actually say that there has been a free act of thought or something. So freedom is freedom insight into necessity. I follow, the basic Marxist line on that.
And presumably, that novel act, would that be like the communist society?
Yes, but not necessarily across all of history. I think across all of history, you have exceptional acts that do reflect novel historical changes that people partake in. For example, I mean, you could name a whole host of things, right? You could talk about historically significant figures like Martin Luther or Thomas Müntzer, if you're more communistically inclined, or you could talk about prophets in the biblical tradition, Jesus Christ, and so on and so on. People who more or less articulated something new that was not simply a permutation of what has already been. And I think that now, the position of freedom and truth today is the communist outlook. Yes.
Okay, so so there are at least some instances where people are like free over their thoughts, over their actions, and that, like, would that then entail that their thoughts are able to cause their actions, that they can choose their actions?
Well, I want you to specify what you mean by freedom. So if you, for example, talk about my freedom to, imagine myself as a dinosaur and walk around outside performing, the what I think a dinosaur does, I certainly have the freedom to do that. But what is the actual material essence of what I'm doing? Am I actually doing that? Or am I simply, expressing the ability for me to do something that effectively on a material level is proven to be, insignificant or unremarkable or not actually as exalted and as significant as what I imagine it to be?
Well, I'm not asking necessarily whether it's significant, whether people are going to go along with your acting of a dinosaur.
But am I actually doing that? I can think in my head, I can delude myself into all sorts of different things. I mean, that's like the most ridiculous example imaginable. Let's talk about, for example, we can go down this path of debate if you want. But for example, there's a lot of people that call themselves free market libertarians who support and champion the Zionist Javier Milei, who is very much not running a society according to anarcho-capitalist principles. While in their head, they're considering themselves, anarcho-capitalists with these eternal principles that they consider the bedrock of a real, moral existence. But in reality and in practice, it's something quite different, right? So we need to really hone in on what is how can we actually articulate the relationship between thought and practice in a way that is actually true, right? Because you can think about whatever you want in a sense, but do those thoughts actually betray or reflect an understanding of the relationship of thought and practice? That's what a Marxist would respond with, basically.
okay, so I want to like really hone in on this. Like, are you suggesting that like if you've just deluded yourself into this like dinosaur fantasy, for instance, or the Malay fantasy, as perhaps you would call it, but like then the question is, are they actually doing that? Like, are you suggesting that you might delude yourself into a dinosaur fantasy, but you're not actually going out dressed as a dinosaur?
What I'm saying is that I think that we can deceive ourselves. It's very possible that there could be a misalignment between thought and practice, and we confuse that for freedom, but that's actually not what freedom is. That's just a type of delusion where we trick ourselves by engaging in some kind of conscious act that only exists within our head, which doesn't actually reflect an understanding or knowledge of the practical material reality that's underlying it.
But if it's only in their head, right, this dinosaur person, surely they wouldn't then actually be going out dressed as a dinosaur.
Well, they could go out and dress as a dinosaur, but would that be the same thing as being a real dinosaur? I would say no.
Well, yeah, definitely not. But
right, so that would be my point.
The point is,
but they're fantasizing about being a real dinosaur in their head, right?
And then this at least establishes that thoughts can cause actions.
Well, it causes an action that is very much misaligned with the thought on the terms of the thought itself. So, is the thought really the cause of the action, or is the thought just participating in some kind of deeper, more pathological cause, which is the root of the delusion? I think the latter would be true.
What would that, like, deeper cause? So then are you suggesting that there's something which causes both dressing up as a dinosaur and thinking? Like, there's some third...
If someone deludes themselves that they are a dinosaur and goes out and dresses as one, I think there is an underlying pathology not reducible to their thoughts that is responsible for both the thoughts and the performance.
Well, what would the pathology be if not referring to like some mental contents? Perhaps misaligned mental contents, but still mental contents.
Definitely the mental content is participating in it, but it's absolutely a disalignment between the thought and the practice, which is very possible, by the way. I'm not denying that. But we do tend to colloquially refer to things like that as pathological or a type of delusion or mental illness or something.
But just to be abundantly clear, is this pathological cause of their thoughts? Is that material itself, or is that also mental?
I would say, yeah, the reason it's material is because it's embedded in a specific practical existence that corresponds to, and I know this word is overused, but an alienation between thought and practice, for example.
I mean, does that then not imply that the thoughts are being caused by something material?
In a strict sense, the specific content of the thought, there's just so much variation. It could be a dinosaur, it could be a dragon, in terms of what is possible to imagine. But if we are looking for, like, what is actually essential, what is actually, like, material here in the sense of, like, what actually is it, despite the possibilities of variation, I think you're looking at a similar structure. And therefore, I think you could say that, yes, in this sense, yeah, material reality determines the content of thought.
So then, this freedom over thought, over action, it's actually still just boiling down into predetermination, right?
No, well, I wouldn't say predetermination, because it's not as though, you have a specific arrangement of things that make this inevitable. It's more like we have the capacity as human beings to have actual knowledge into our material causes and material conditions, and that knowledge itself participates and partakes in the cause, right? And in the Marxist view, that's true freedom, which is insight into necessity. Is it possible that there could be deviations from that? Yes, but from the perspective and standpoint of practice, those can't actually endanger entirely new practical realities. They rather regress from the current existing threshold of reality now as it's in practical development into some kind of, already established, like something that already has precedent, that has not been proven to be a new possibility. For example, somebody who is like delusional, they're not doing something unprecedented. They're doing something that within our existing historical threshold has already been established as possible. Like a possible permutation of possible activity, for example.
Okay, I'm confused. If it is the case that it's not that there's some specific arrangement of things that make it inevitable that this guy ended up as like a dinosaur fantasy guy,
right?
Then where did the alternative come in? If it wasn't already always going to happen given the arrangement of matter, where did the alternative come from?
The alternative being the true freedom in the Marxist definition, is that what you're referring to?
Well, the alternative in down one path.
Yeah. Like, why are there different possible paths? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, well, there are different possible paths to take because not every act can directly correspond to a novel historical act or novel historical development. The possibility of novel historical change depends upon precedent. So it depends upon habits, it depends upon people performing acts which have already been established, whose possibility has already been established, and so on and so on. I'm just saying that only upon this basis is it possible to perceive an opening, right, of something new. And freedom really and only truly corresponds to when thought corresponds to an act that is in alignment with this novel development.
Okay,
so for example, there are permutations of different possible activity that are established. So in that sense, can you, like, the whole meme about, free will is crazy. Like, you can just walk into a Walmart and start screaming at people. Like, that's an established permutation of possible activity. But I would say that, like, the Marxist argument isn't that that's impossible. It's more like, but that falls under a hard ceiling of already established precedent of possible permutations of activity that are materially determined, and that activity is inconsequential unless it partakes in a novel development. So it's about the consequentiality of the act, and only on that basis can we evaluate where it fits with respect to, is it a free act, or are you just repeating something that already exists? So it's kind of counterintuitive from the perspective of conventional determinism versus free will. Conventional determinism says what you're doing is preordained, right? And you have no, your acts don't matter. It's just completely preordained, like mechanically, right? And then the free will argument is like, well, no, I have the choice. I have the freedom to do what I want or what I desire. I have the freedom to perform acts that are in alignment with my thoughts. Well, the Marxist view actually inverts that in a way, and it says actually the free thing is to have insight into the necessity. Whereas the arbitrary act of like running into a Walmart and screaming at people, throwing poop or whatever, that's actually more like a causal, deterministic kind of thing, just in the sense that it's just the performance of something that already exists passively, right? It's not an active kind of activity per se. So the consequentiality is a key factor in the determination of whether an act is free or not, in a sense.
So I just want to kind of regress back through this. We're thinking about this guy screaming in the Walmart. That he has some pathology, presumably, like the dinosaur guy. That was caused, but it wasn't inevitable.
Right.
But it was caused by material causes on him. But then I want to like walk back to where the non-inevitability of that comes from. Was it in when there was this novel historical development in the past that those guys were the only ones making the real choices, that they could decide, they could walk us down one path or the other, and in one he screams in the Walmart, in the other he doesn't?
Do you mean that, like, is the first guy who did that the one that established this as possible? Is that what you're saying?
Moreover, that whatever the previous novel historical development that put us on the path towards this guy screaming in the Walmart,
Right.
was that the only time when there was possibility for actual free action? That's the only time when somebody was able to choose, and that's where the alternative comes in.
That was the only time that specifically was possible, you're saying? Like from that point on, that is what opened the threshold of possibility for antisocial acts like that.
Open the possibility, right? But that's subtly different. Right? It's not that it became possible for, it widened open the scope of choices and allowed people to choose to scream in Walmarts.
Okay, well,
it's that it determined that there would be this guy with this pathology. I think 20 years down the line.
I think the confusion arises when I need to specify that, to me, passive acts very well are not necessarily strictly determined as the only thing possible. That there is a threshold of passive affects upon the individual within any given society of different permutations of possible activity, which the assumption of which is more or less arbitrary. Like, for example, Pepsi versus Coca-Cola. I don't consider that a free act. I consider it more or less arbitrary, right? Someone choosing to scream in a Walmart or dress as a dinosaur, I consider that relatively arbitrary. There's a kind of continuous and free transmission of possible acts that I think within any given society are received by individuals, and why they choose to do one or the other, or so on and so on. I think these are quite arbitrary, actually. I don't necessarily think they are strictly determined by one causal mechanism. Now, you could argue that maybe at the scale, at the site of that specific individual, there could be a causal mechanism. Maybe there's some specific mental illness that they have. Maybe there's some specific set of experiences, a specific psychological architecture that they're defined by because of their specific life. But from the perspective relevant to a Marxist, I think this is the important thing. It's not really all that important what the cause is. Just that within the given threshold of material possibilities, it is possible.
Okay, so then if people arbitrarily choosing within some domain of possible actions, or sometimes it might be that the causal mechanism is that they're insane in some way and that they had no choice over it.
Right.
But then you're saying that it's not necessarily that it has that causal mechanism. So are there at least some times where there isn't a material causal mechanism and somebody did make a free choice, whether it even just be lifting up their arm or lowering it?
Well, I reject the dichotomy between a material cause and a free act. Again, the Marxist framework is that freedom is insight into necessity. So actually, only an act which truly does reflect material reality in its active development, rather than as it has kind of crystallized or ossified into a given form of precedent possibilities, only that is truly free. That is our most fundamental relationship to reality in its active development, like reality as it really exists or is in the process of becoming, right? So when you're talking about, is it possible that this wasn't caused by their specific psychology? I mean, we have to distinguish between the threshold of possible acts from the kind of consequential perspective of history and the specific individual underlying causes, experiences, and so on, mechanisms for why someone chooses Pepsi over Coca-Cola, for example. There could very well be individual causes. I think that's a kind of psychological question. But that has to be distinguished from the causes of actions that are historically consequential, is really my main argument.
Could these individual causes for somebody picking Coke or Pepsi or choosing to scream, how loud to scream, so on and so forth, could those individual causes themselves be mental causes, or must they be material causes?
Once again, I think that the distinction that you're drawing between mental causes and material causes is kind of like incoherent to me, or it's just not it's not exactly like clear on what basis you're drawing the strict I don't believe there's mental causes of anything that exist in a vacuum. I don't think that the mental properly can be understood in isolation from the material. So when I think of the mental, I'm thinking about something that is relational, that's embedded in a context, that can only be referenced with respect to how it relates to things that are not mental. You seem to be talking about mental as this kind of like independent vacuum of just arbitrary thoughts and images that just, I don't know, come from outer space or something, and the material being like the actual embedded empirical or whatever reality. I just don't really agree with that distinction. I think that thought and mental activity can only be referenced with respect to the relationship it has to the practical world of like existing material existence.
Right, but then I don't see how we're not just in determinism. If there is no such thing as a mental cause, that is, something up in your mind causing you to take some course of action, then there will only be material causes, i.e. any thought you have must be caused by the material conditions. So then how is that not just determinism? Where would the choice come in?
Well, the choice comes in from the ability to... The choice is a consequence of, for whatever reason, we are kind of passive actors, for example. Let's just start with that as the premise that I'm working with. Let's say we're all passive actors. Like even if we are talking about from a Marxist framework, Marx did not always exist, right? So at some point in his life, Marx was a passive actor who was just a kind of receptacle of the world that he lived in, right? It's upon the discovery of a specific alignment of thought and practice, a specific relationality of thought and practice, and the recognition of truth in that, novel historical truth that embodies the kind of totality of social existence. And it's upon the kind of commitment to that truth, whether as a message or as a guide to practice or something like that, that freedom begins. So freedom begins with the commitment to the discovery of an actual relational alignment between thought and practice. And that's what we Marxists would consider a free act. So for example, I mean, in a kind of simplistic sense, you know, you don't have to be religious, but it's almost like in Christianity, right? Or religion, when a prophet discovers the truth, like when he receives the divine revelation, so to speak, that is the free act. That's the thing that's the kind of the free choice, so to speak, to insist upon that message, to disseminate that message, and so on and so on. So freedom does not simply consist in the ability to do things that you think in your head, but freedom consists in the commitment to the relationship between thought and practice. I want
to just clarify like one specific like semantic point before I ask my follow-up. I'm suggesting that I could switch from free to chosen, because it seems, correct me if I'm wrong, that when you're talking about a free act, that you have some specific understanding of what that means, that it's this recognition of a particular truth in these novel moments, and that's what free means. Whereas when I'm talking about free, I mean chosen, right? That I'm specifically choosing to do X, Y, or Z.
Yeah. Well, I think I kind of take for granted the fact that we're quote unquote choosing to do things. You're choosing to debate me. I'm choosing to be here. There's all sorts of, you could qualify choices that we make. But for a choice to be free, it has to actually reflect a relationship between thought and practice that is without precedent and that doesn't simply conform to established conventions. Because those kind of praxeological, I know Miesians took that term praxeological, but I'll use it in a Marxist sense. Those praxeological relationships that are embedded, that are based on conventions that simply reflect things people are either already doing or how society has already established as possible, those are not free acts in the Marxist view.
Okay, so I'm going to proceed then. And I'm going to try and just only use the word chosen to like refer to this thing where I'm specifically choosing option A rather than option B. I want to know, like, so are there actual chosen actions? Could I go about and choose something, or would my choice already be predetermined by the material conditions? Like, is it a true choice?
No, I think you can definitely choose Pepsi over Coke. I just think that that choice is a passive choice, not an active choice. In the strict, like, ultimate sense, I'm not here to, like, warp common sense language. I'm not saying that when you go to 7-Eleven, you're like in a state of non-consciousness, although you could kind of make the case for most people that. But anyway, like, I'm not necessarily saying you could be like, I really want Pepsi today. I'm going to go to 7-Eleven and get Pepsi. Like, yeah, that's absolutely possible. But in the ultimate sense, like in a broader sense of what is a real choice, what is a free, like a real free act, that would still be a passive choice in the Marxist framework.
Okay, so, and by passive choice, you mean like you're just reflecting the material conditions. It's not a choice in the sense that I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you're just reflecting what has already been determined as possible.
Well, then how are we not in determinism?
Because the problem with determinism is that from the Marxist perspective, right, reality is dialectical. So determining causes cannot be fixed because reality itself is suspended in continuous development. So that would be the rejection of determinism from the Marxist perspective. And it's kind of why I'm hesitating to say, yes, this is simply determinism. Because like the determining object itself, so to speak, is not something fixed, or at least it's not something that we can regard as fixed from the perspective of our thoughts or ideas.
Right, so I mean, I would accept that the material conditions on this view might be changing based on the dialectical process, but like the fact is that these material conditions are directly causing these choices, so that's why the choices are passive. So
well,
I would classify that as a type of determinism.
Well, no, because you can choose Coke or Pepsi for any arbitrary reason you want. So, for example, you have the freedom when you're walking to 7-Eleven. You're committed to buying Pepsi, right? You can just randomly just say, I want Coke. And I would not be in a position to say there's directly, some identifiable cause that determined that, right? I think that from that perspective and at that scale, we would have to think about, okay, well, what thoughts are you having? What thoughts are coming into your mind? What memories are coming to you? So at that scale, if you're asking like, is the decisive thing primarily mental? In isolation, you can't say that because, of course, your experiences of how they taste and, there's all sorts of reasons why you might be feeling the way you are. There's all sorts of reasons why you may even be doing this to prove a point even, right? Which itself, has to be evaluated in terms of causes. But like from a I'm not an unreasonable person who like from a colloquial standpoint would be like, it would be wrong to say I just changed my mind. But I just want to be clear that doesn't mean that that mental activity or the mental context is somehow vacuum sealed and independent.
Okay, but then, so you're talking about these. We can look at the thoughts coming into your mind that the choice of Coke or Pepsi in this 7-Eleven, that it isn't determined by material conditions. Like, does that not mean that there is no material cause here, and therefore that thoughts can cause actions?
Again, I don't really think you're following what I'm saying. I think that at the scale of what I would consider something arbitrary, for example, Pepsi or Coke, it would not be wrong colloquially to be like, yeah, I just changed my mind. I wanted Pepsi or Coke, right? But that doesn't mean that the underlying cause of your act is mental, because you can't isolate the act in the first place. If you want to actually like comprehend this from like, I don't know, an ontological or whatever perspective, technically speaking, you have to situate acts within pre-established conditions of possibility and like a wider, totality of labor and society and so on and so on. And most people don't think at that scale, which is why obviously people can be forgiven for saying, yeah, I just changed my mind. That was the cause. But if you're wanting to think about causes on this like deeper level that you're implying, then I would say things can be simultaneously caused by a given material threshold of possibility, and there can also be a threshold of arbitrariness with respect to, Pepsi or Coke, because, for example, I mean, this is a crude argument, but even in the case of ants, who are predetermined maybe biologically or naturally, which I'm not saying human beings are, there's still like room for arbitrariness with respect to outcomes. It's not always actually exact. Why? Because there's a confluence of so many different factors, that ultimately influence it. And if you want to go down the path, I mean, we could even go to like modern physics, where things get even more messy with respect to the question of, determinism, where like only retroactively we can say things are determined.
Okay, I want to get outside of the colloquial, because
Okay.
I want to really understand if there is a substantive disagreement here. Because on the one hand, you're saying that, there is this material, like parameters of action, I'll say, that within what you could possibly like imagine, so on and so forth, right? But then there is some threshold of arbitrariness, which is what I'm taking to mean, like the actual choices in the sense I'm thinking. Now, are you just saying that in the colloquial sense, or are you making like an actual like metaphysical claim that there truly is a choice here, and it's not just passive? Like there's an actual active mind causing action.
Well, to put it simply, there is in the employment of a faculty, which very much is decisive for the participation or the partaking in a free act, that is being employed to simply be a passive receptacle of some established convention or a threshold of possibility. So
it is passive.
So like the same, maybe somebody, it's still ultimately passive because of the act itself is passive. Now, because again, thought and practice is a relationship. It can't be understood. You can't understand thought, from my view, outside of the context of how it relates to practice. So the same, let me to say something kind of outrageous, the same audacity that we do have to insist, I want Pepsi rather than Coke. You can even like make a comedy out of it. Like somebody who's literally willing to like, destroy the world for a cup of Pepsi or something. Right? He really is adamant and fixed. That is very possible. That's the same audacity that makes it possible to partake in free acts. So there's no disagreement with respect to like the faculty being employed here being one of will. But the act itself ultimately amounts to being a passive receptacle of, some pre-existing threshold of possibility or cause, and therefore not free. Like, we human beings have the active capacity, in some sense, to be passive subjects. We can actively reinforce our passivity in slavery. A slave can actively maintain their position, and actually necessarily does maintain their slavery.
Well, hold on. Necessary
actively.
Does maintain their slavery. Wouldn't that mean that there isn't an active choice if they're necessarily going to do this?
No, I'm not saying they're necessarily going to do that. I'm saying for slavery to be possible, people have to, at some level and in some sense, like in ancient Rome or something, they have to actively reinforce that condition themselves in some way.
Okay, even if unintentionally, like they just
absolutely
are
whether intentionally or unintentionally. I think most of the time it's unintentional for sure. But
if this like Pepsi or Coke choice, if it is indeed ultimately passive, then it strikes me that we are still in determinism. If there is no true active choice, then how are we not in determinism?
Well, we're not in determinism because that we can be like that we can engage in passive acts doesn't necessarily mean that every act is passive in that same strict sense. So I would say that a historically remarkable act or historically remarkable figure or something, when they actually like commit to a novel, event, a novel kind of articulation of the relationship of thought and practice for a historical era, they are. You could now, in the one sense, you could say, is that determinism because it's ultimately being determined by something? Maybe, but that something is not pre-established in the same way that the choice between Pepsi and Coke is. And that's the key distinction I would insist upon. Maybe you could say ultimately it's predetermined, but the thing that is determining is not itself established in the way that, you know, the quote-unquote choice of Pepsi or Coke is.
And the thing which is predetermining, that would be the material conditions, right?
Yeah, it would be in the case of like the historically free act, it would be the material condition, right? It would be material condition not simply as like a confluence of different factors, but like the integral totality of humanity in the form of history affecting someone directly, right? And, you know, in religious terms, religious theology or history would regard that as like the direct relation of a prophet to God, for example, right?
And would you say that the material conditions at any given point are coming about from the dialectic?
I don't exactly understand that question, because dialectics is not something that Marxists regard as separate from material conditions. Marxists regard the material world to itself be dialectical. Dialectics,
I'm more meaning like that there is some contradictions in feudalism, which then those contradictions give you the synthesis of capitalism. And sorry, I don't know my Marxist history too well.
Yeah.
But then there are contradictions in capitalism, which give you communism, and that's like the final state. That's my vague understanding of it, of like how the Marxists see dialectical materialism, right? And so the material conditions of like feudalism versus capitalism versus communism, they would be coming about based on the dialectic process, no?
So your question is the emergence of communism a consequence of dialectical processes? I would say yes. I don't exactly understand your question beyond that. Okay,
so the thing which is doing the predetermining of like actions is the material conditions, and the material conditions at any given point in history are themselves, they had to come about based on the dialectic process. So it seems to me just total determinism.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying material conditions are the cause, and the cause of the material conditions is some underlying dialectical process. So it's like this chain of determinism from at the starting point, you have like a free act under my definition, below that material conditions, and then below that the dialectical process. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that gets the confusion arises because you're ordering the things differently, right? I would say that the dialectical process in question first is a relationship, right? Like, you know, you want to get into technical dialectics of nature sense, like originally the material relation of matter with respect to itself that culminates in the development of, you know, thinking beings or consciousness or something, right? But in any case, the causal mechanism doesn't come from behind, but it comes from the front, so to speak, right? It's not that there's this already established material cause that like you can identify with feudalism. The jury is still out, so to speak, as far as what feudalism actually is. Only from the perspective of feudalism being superseded can we identify a distinct epoch called the feudal epoch. But during the feudal epoch, the jury is still out as far as, well, what is this mode of production? How can we define the material conditions, right? And we can only really understand feudalism from the perspective of capitalism itself, right? And in that sense, you know, the causal mechanism isn't happening because of... You can understand dialectics is our kind of understanding of the principle behind governing the development of matter, right? And the way that a free act dialectically participates in the transformation of history is that the entire integral totality of a given historical era or epoch or mode of production is articulated in a way directly to the thinking consciousness, for example, right? So, you know, the crudest example of this would be Marx proceeding with the writing of Capital itself, like directly understanding the mode of production he's living in. But I think that all historically novel developments take on this structure, even if it's not in the form of a direct knowledge. The key thing is that it's an effective relationship.
So the upshot of all that, like I'm not going to necessarily try and argue about what the correct ordering is or anything. I'll leave that to you guys on what the correct relationship between dialectics and material conditions and so on and so forth. But the upshot of it, as far as I'm concerned, is that there would be no truly active choices. That any choice you make, ultimately, if you looked at it hard enough, it came from some material cause or causes, right?
But that's only relevant to us after the fact. That's the key thing. Like, we can't rest upon the identification of some material cause or, you know, some underlying cause in general in order to justify an act.
But it is true, though, right, that it ultimately does come down that there are no active choices. That ultimately comes down to material cause or causes.
Ultimately, yes, but the point is there is free choice because freedom is precisely identical with the insight we have into necessity. So the very possibility that we as human beings can have insight into our material causes and material necessities is what makes us free. It's what gives us the so-called, it's what, not gives us, it's what we can say justifies the attribution of free will to human beings. And it's what gives humanity distinction with respect to other beings, right, from the Marxist perspective. Because human beings are the only beings that actually have self-relationality, right?
So every man, then, ultimately, is predetermined to believe whatever the hell he's going to believe.
No, not at all.
Okay. But there are no choices. Like, your thoughts are going to be predetermined. Like, that's what you said.
Like, for example, we can't say that that there's no choice in terms of the determination of your thoughts or your actions. All we can do is identify what the choices people make actually amount to and actually are, essentially.
Actions, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then there are no true active choices. So whatever I believe, I'm going to believe.
Put it this way. Part of the definition of man is a being which actively attends to and reproduces its own existence, right? So, like, if we're defining man as a specific being in that way, the paradox would then be, is there no freedom then? Because ultimately, whatever man does, it's ultimately going to be determined by the fact that he is man, that he is a being that is defined by self-relationality. I think that that's not a real paradox necessarily. I think that we just have to change our understanding of our free will versus determinism in the first place, which I think is a distinction that is in the first place built upon faulty foundations.
I mean, there's certainly no paradox yet. All I'm trying to get down is that
no, I mean,
given
there
there
kind
are
of is,
only
though,
truly, I think there will be a problem for you coming up.
Okay.
But given that there are no truly like mental causes, I can't ever actively choose what I'm going to do. It's just going to be a reflection of the material causes. But all mental activity, that applies to it all, right? So then how I'm just going to believe whatever the hell I believe. Right? I wouldn't ever have a choice over that.
No, because you're defining choice in a very narrow sense. You're defining choice as simply like a completely sovereign act of the individual. I don't define choice in that way.
Well, I gave you the definition of free. How about we go with me on choice?
Well, I mean, that's a very generous exchange.
There, you know?
It's a very generous exchange, but I see no reason to exchange the definition of our concepts because they're just different. Well,
the problem is if we can't actually talk, then then we can't proceed, right? I need to be able to communicate what I think you know what I mean by choice.
No, I absolutely do, but I'm trying to kind of challenge that notion of choice, or at least explain why mine is distinct, right? And then once we understand what I mean by choice and what you mean by choice, we can compare them and see which one, is better than the other. But in the first place, I don't have a notion of choice according to which a choice is simply, an act by a completely self-sovereign kind of subject. I think that a choice is a relationship, first of all.
Sure. So it might be that your definition of choice is way better than my definition of choice. I'm just saying, whatever you want to call what I would mean by choice, whatever you would want to call that, there is no, on your worldview, there is no such thing as it, right?
Okay, let me ask to help clarify this. Let's say we say that, something like extremely tautological and simple. Humans are human, right? And then let's define human as a human being is a being with free choice. Not necessarily the best definition, but like for the purposes of like this vacuum sealed logical procedure, so to speak, right? And then wouldn't it be paradoxical for us to say that a human is determined by its humanness? So what is the relation of free will to determinism in that case? Do you understand the kind of issue here? Like, does that mean we're saying that there is, in fact, no free will because human beings do not have the freedom to reject the free will that defines them, and they're ultimately going to be determined by that? Do you understand what I'm saying at all, or no?
Well, so under that definition of determined, then compatibilism, I think, would be correct, right? Sure, definitely. But then I just really want to get down to this. Under what everybody understands I mean by choice, you would have to contend that there is no such thing, right? Or do you think that there is such a thing as what I would mean by choice?
Well, if what you mean by choice is not colloquial, but in the strict sense means a completely self-sovereign act that is not necessarily relational, but simply and only derives from the individual subject, absolutely, I would say there's no free choice.
Okay, brilliant. So if there are no choices as far as I would mean choice, as far as, non-communists would mean choice, at least generally speaking. I'm sure there's all sorts of...
Well, no, you said we're not talking... I don't think that all non-communists share your view of what choice is.
Sure. Yeah. I won't say that. At least as far as, somebody like me would think. An objectivist. Or some sort of Aristotelian.
Right.
As far as what we would mean by choice...
Let's just say objectivist
Sure. Then there is no such thing as what I mean by choice. So then, by what I mean by choice, I would have no choice over what I believe, so I'm just going to believe whatever I end up believing. I have no choice in the matter, right?
Well, I think you're stumbling upon the inherent limitations of your understanding of what choice is.
But would that follow? Like, I wouldn't be able to choose to believe one thing or another.
If you were correct about what a choice is, yes, but I don't think you are, and hence the contradiction or paradox.
Well, no. It's not even that I have to be correct about what choice is. But it's that there is... You're contending that there is no such thing.
You're basically asking me, like, in my imagination, would it follow based on these premises you regard as invalid that I have no choices? And I would say, yes, but I don't accept your premises, therefore I'm not responsible for the conclusion you're drawing.
Well, no, you don't even have to agree. Like, actually, I'm in my premises, you're explicitly disagreeing that there is such a thing as what I'm calling choice. And so therefore...
Well, what I'm specifically disagreeing...
Let's say that I agree that there is no such thing as what I'm calling choice.
Right.
And that would mean that there is no alternative as far as what I believe.
But does that mean you accept my understanding of choice? Because
sure. Let's say that I do.
Okay,
for the
to be clear,
forward.
That clarifies everything. Yeah, so you accept my understanding of choice, and
for the purposes of moving forward.
For the purposes of the argument, you accept my understanding of choice, and now you're asking me, okay, HAZ, if I accept your understanding of choice, then how then can I have what exactly?
No, I'm saying how then. So then, therefore, would there not be zero alternatives? As far as what I believe, I would have always ended up believing exactly what I believe right now.
No, absolutely
I've always had the exact same amount of... So there are alternatives. Where do those alternatives come from?
Well, no, because that question itself connotes a new relationality, which is the question of a degree of a degree of responsibility for the position you have. Keep in mind, most people at a given moment do not articulate the various passive choices they make in terms of like, okay, what is the underlying responsibility or commitment do I have to the relationship of my thoughts to practice, right? So for you to partake in that very question is opening a new can of worms, so to speak. And you couldn't say, well, I'm just going to believe whatever I'm going to believe, and there's no alternative. You would be confronted.
Are there alternatives
to what you believe?
Yeah. Is it possible that I could have believed other things? Okay, so where does that alternative come from?
The alternative ultimately comes from the fact that there is a contradiction between the given threshold or horizon of existing established possibilities of permutations of activity, right? And the properly free act as understood within the Marxist framework, right? And it's that very contradiction that, to put it simply, so like we are wasting, in some sense, we waste the faculty of free will that we have. And that waste is absolutely possible to waste it in various different kinds of ways, like jumping from one thing to another and so on and so on and so on. It's almost like there's two key components of the relationship that defines a free act, right? Which is the kind of historically novel consequence of the unprecedented, right? And, you know, the ability to actually have a will in the first place. Now, you can have a will without the second component. Absolutely. But the second component is necessary for something to qualify as a free act in my framework. So you can express your will choosing...
I'm not asking about what a free act is, to be clear.
Okay.
Like, sure, I will cede your definition of free, and I'm not going to use it. I'm saying that, as far as you're concerned, how could there ever be alternatives in what I believe?
So how could why,
for instance, if everything was the same up until now, could I have been born and then grown up to be a communist in this moment?
Right.
Would that have been possible to me?
Yeah, okay, I understand what you're asking. Like, whether you're a communist or some other kind of, like, ideology, maybe even, like, you know, a fascist or something, like, why is it possible...
Even whether, like, I love my mother, you know, could there be alternatives there? Or whether I like the taste of chocolate ice cream, so on and so forth. They've all mental contents.
Yeah, for certain. And the alternatives are a consequence of the fact that we're talking about a threshold of possibility that is materially established. So... yes, there's alternatives within that threshold for certain.
How would those alternatives come about, though, specifically?
Like, what would be the mechanism? What would be the conditions of them coming about?
Yeah.
Well, in the case, I mean, it could be a confluence of many different factors, you know, with respect to, I mean, I don't want to get into the personal thing, but for example, maybe if you at a certain age were exposed to, or you know, a communist argument and decided to commit to it and was compelled by it, or maybe, I mean...
I couldn't choose to seek this out. Like, how would I end up getting exposed to that argument if I never did get exposed to that argument? Like, could somebody choose to go, he'd be a good communist
But I
someday.
think that's the key.
They can't choose, right?
The key distinction that we're touching upon here is the fact that most of the choices we make are passive. Okay, we are passive subjects.
No, most. All, right?
Well, not necessarily all. So, for example, I use the argument of Marx. Even within a Marxist argument, we have to concede that at a certain point, you know, Marx was like a passive subject. Remember when I said that, right? And that at a certain point, there's a decisive act that is defined by a commitment to the relation of thought and practice in a specific way, right?
Right, but that isn't chosen in the sense that I mean.
The free act is the only choice you could possibly make, basically.
Right, the only possible choice you can make. So there aren't alternatives there, right? So that's not where the alternatives are. So where are the alternatives found in terms of what I believe, whether I'm a communist or a capitalist?
So I don't know if you're asking, like, okay, so there's like basically, like, in my view, basically there's this kind of like truth or falsehood, right? And you're saying, well, falsehood, there's many different forms of falsehood. So why is that? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking where the alternatives could possibly come in, whether I end up becoming a communist or a capitalist in this moment. Because it's not in the free act, because you said the free act isn't chosen in my sense. It had to happen. right? So then where did the alternatives come from? There are no alternatives as far as that free act is concerned. So where did the alternatives come from?
The alternatives preceding the free act, you're saying?
Whatever alternatives, there has to be some alternatives in the past which led to me either going down the branch of me becoming a communist or me becoming a capitalist.
But I think from the
what is the mechanism by which you can get this
but from the perspective of okay, I'll explain it this way. From a perspective of a free act, all of the other alternatives are the same. Are we not in? Is there confusion about that or no?
Okay, so, yeah, there is. So all the alternatives are the same.
Yeah.
So then me being a communist and me being a capitalist are the same.
No, like you being a capitalist or a fascist or something, like all that's the same, and the only decisive thing is being a communist within this framework. Like that's the only decisive free act you can engage in.
I don't care whether or not my alternative is decisive or not.
Okay.
In terms of the flow of history, I'm caring about whether or not I could have possibly believed in communism in this moment.
So you're basically asking, like, why is it possible to not be a communist? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm asking, in this moment, could I have ended up being a communist already?
You can end up being a communist right now.
No. Could I have already conceded half an hour ago? Would that have been possible?
It's not plausible, but maybe it's possible. I don't know if 30 minutes is enough time.
So there would have been some alternative. Let's say I watched.
Can people? I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to simplify your argument because I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Are you saying how is it possible to transition from being a passive subject who's just engaging in a bunch of passive acts to an active subject? Is that what you're asking? How is that transition possible?
I'm asking, in this moment, how are there alternatives? Would I have always been a capitalist in this second? Or could something have gone different in the past that would have made me be a communist in the second? Or a fascist in this second? Or a Zionist in the second?
All sorts of things could have happened. Why not? I mean, I guess that's kind of like a physics. What do you mean?
What is the mechanism of that? Because it's not from the free acts. Because you said the free acts, there are no alternatives there. It's not in my choices. I don't have choice. Where is it coming from?
Yeah, but the premise of the free act is not itself the free act. That's why it's an act, right? Everyone begins as a passive subject. Everyone. And the things that lead you... So the communists would basically say that communism is this kind of... Today, it's this kind of underlying logos, right, of our reality, right? This underlying, riddle of history solved. It's the truth of all of history, and so on and so on. And how far along you're capable of going with respect to the uncovering of that truth or the final discovery of that truth could be based on a whole host of arbitrary factors. In this sense, you could even represent it as a bunch of billiard balls smashing together on a pool table or something, right? Or rolling a bunch of marbles and seeing where they end up.
Right? No alternatives as far as billiard balls are concerned, right?
What do you mean?
There wouldn't be alternatives, right? It couldn't have gone...
No, you throw a bunch of marbles on the ground. You can throw a bunch of marbles on the ground, and, each marble or its trajectory could represent a different alternative for the purposes of this argument, right? But
so it could have been that the marbles spread out in a different pattern given the same throwing.
But it's almost like it's a matter of probability that eventually at least one marble is going to escape the confines of the place where the marbles are thrown.
Okay, so it might be that
all that is necessary is to be accidentally struck by lightning one time, and then you can know what an act is. You can partake in a free act. And actually, within the religious tradition, it's like Saint Paul was electrocuted on the road to Damascus, right? So that's basically there's a reason.
So it might be 99% probable that we ended up on this path where I'm a capitalist right now. But there is that 1% that I didn't. Let's say, for argument's sake. Mm-hmm. So what is the mechanism for that alternative path? How could that alternative path have ever come about?
If you, for example, shared the same set of life experiences as a communist, maybe, you could have been drawn more to the communist message.
Could I have?
What's that?
Could I have shared those same life experiences?
No, you couldn't have.
Okay, so that's not where the alternative is. So where is the alternative?
Now that we're actively confronting the object in an active capacity, you can't fall upon the precedent of all the experiences and things you've had in the past to justify your current position. It's not like a cop-out.
I'm not justifying my current position at all.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's not really relevant. It's not really relevant. Once the question is raised to an object of active discourse, the things that brought us here are no longer relevant anymore. Now we have to commit ourselves.
Well, it's relevant to me, and it's relevant to the argument you made. You said that there were possible alternatives, that I could have been a communist right now. So what is the mechanism for that alternative?
Okay, so you're saying what are the conditions of you being convinced to be a communist right now in this debate?
I'm asking, could it have been possible for me to have been a communist already up to this point?
Possible according to what standard? According to what is possible within our society? Absolutely, yes.
According to the standard of dialectical materialism.
Okay, according to what society has established as possible, absolutely you could have been. But
so there are alternatives.
Alternatives to what?
The current world we're in. There are alternatives that we could have already been in.
I feel like this is like such like a physics question or something. Like, what are we talking about? There could have been alternative worlds. What do you mean? Like, is this like an alternate history question? I don't really know like what you're getting at.
Basically, yeah. Could history have gone a different way? Because I would say that history could have gone a different way if people made different choices. But you reject that. But you're still saying that the history could have gone a different way. So then, where is the mechanism by which you could explain these alternatives? My mechanism is free will. What is your mechanism?
So could history have gone a different way in the sense of, could the marble, so to speak, have escaped the confines of where all the marbles were thrown? I feel like that's kind of almost like you're touching on a physics question, right?
No. I'm touching on the question of whether it could have been that my parents were communists and then they raised me as a communist. Could that have ever happened?
I don't what do you mean could your parents have been a communist? And clearly they weren't, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So what is the value of the question, so to speak? What's the meaningfulness of the question that you're asking? Like, could it have been possible that you were born, in America? Could it have been possible that you were born on the moon or something? Like, I mean, what are you asking here?
So what I'm getting at is that you've basically got two choices in front of you. Choices, huh? See? Either you're going to be committed to determinism, in which case there are no choices, so people are just going to believe whatever the hell they believe, and I have problems with that. Or there are choices, in which case we're not in determinism, and history could have gone different ways.
Let me put it this way: we can only evaluate. We can only evaluate the content of the choices people have made once we have actually committed a free act. That's my central point here. There's no framework within which we can evaluate the content of all the various arbitrary choices people make until we have actually partaken in the free act, right, of committing.
So I'm not asking you to evaluate what happened in history. I'm asking you to provide me the mechanism by which history could have gone a different way and I could have ended up a communist.
I mean, but you're not satisfied with, for example, if I told you, well, maybe you, for some reason, were pushed down the stairs one day and then, For some reason?
Could that have happened? I would be satisfied with that. If you could explain how, for some reason, it would have been possible for me to get pushed down the stairs.
But I feel like it's like a physics question. Like, let's say the wind was blowing really hard in one direction and you fell down
really hard a different way.
What?
Could it have blown hard when it didn't blow hard?
That's a physics question, right? I mean, like, could natural physical outcomes have been different 100 years ago? Like, could a volcano have not erupted versus? But what does that have to do with choice? And by the way, you're interrupting me because I'm ultimately trying to say, like, there could be arbitrary factors such as the wind blowing really hard in a direction, you falling down the stairs, stumbling upon, I don't know, like an album of the Red Army Choir and then taking it home and being really inspired by it and then like becoming a communist when you were like 12 years old. Could that have happened? I mean, from the existing threshold of what has been established as possible, yes, but could it have happened in the sense like from the perspective of necessity as it's established now, we're talking about a time machine. We're talking about nonsense. We're talking about something that would be based on like a confluence of arbitrary factors, right?
Right. I just want the upshot here. Could the wind have blown in a certain way, which then caused me to be a communist? Could that have happened?
Are you asking about could the wind have been different than it was, or are you asking could I have been influenced by arbitrary factors to the point where I could have been brought to the communist position? Which one are you asking?
So it depends on what I'm not prescribing upon you any mechanism by which the the alternatives come about from, right? Yeah. It might be on your view that the alternatives come about from the forces of physics. It's like, okay, if that is the case,
no, I'm just saying it's things that may as well be as arbitrary as the forces of physics. Like, I don't think you are so unique.
What specifically are they then? If you're just making
to put it clear, like, I don't think that you are so necessarily unique that there's something like fundamentally in a way that's meaningful and relevant and important from a Marxist perspective about like how you got on the ANCAP pipeline versus how someone else, you know, maybe in your town or across the other side of the world was put on some like fascist or something Mussolini pipeline. Like, I ultimately don't think I think that the reasons are arbitrary. Those alternatives, if we understood those as alternative pipelines and positions, they're quite arbitrarily influenced by a confluence of non-historically relevant factors. The historically relevant thing is the threshold of established possibility, not necessarily whether you personally are going to go down this pipeline versus someone else personally going down another pipeline.
Okay, all I want to get down to, though, is I'm not prescribing upon you that you have to use some specific mechanism or how you explain alternatives. I want to know, because you are asserting that there can be alternatives, that I could have potentially been a communist, right? So what is that mechanism? Because for me, the mechanism to describe these alternatives is called free will, right? And that's how I can get to alternatives. But how do you get to it?
Well, I tried to explain it to you, but why don't you elaborate about like what about my response is not satisfactory?
Well, to be honest with you, I think you're just kind of evading here. You're just trying to go down a bunch of random paths and see what sticks on the wall.
I don't understand like what you mean by that. I'm like, I think that people are drawn to the ideologies and political positions that they have for quite arbitrary.
Exactly. So that doesn't explain how there are alternatives. This is what I'm talking about. Every time I try and dig you down for how do you explain alternatives, you either go into like, oh, the free action, but there are no alternatives there. It's like, okay, so that's not where the alternatives are. It's like, oh, they're drawn to it for different reasons. Okay, so that's not where the alternatives are. Where are they?
Where are all the alternatives between what? You're not being clear about what you're asking.
Me being a capitalist or me being a communist.
Okay, so
how do we get down?
How is it possible that you could like basically be like a what I would call a conformist versus someone who adopts like a revolutionary position? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, could I have gone down the different path?
Maybe you could have. What's the relevance of the question?
How could I have?
Again, I think that the pipeline to getting there is very different from the justification you could then post hoc understand. Or see, the getting there part is not the same thing as the active process of understanding. Those are distinct things. So,
okay, so you didn't answer the question.
I'm trying though. I'm literally trying. Like, what puts you on a communist pipeline is not necessarily the same thing as the free act itself of being a communist and understanding. Okay, you don't care about this answer. So, like, what are you asking?
I'm asking, how could I have ended up on the revolutionary pipeline as against the capitalist pipeline? How could I have?
But I told you it could have been something as arbitrary as like a gust of wind.
Could that have happened differently?
Could the wind have been different? How would I know?
Yeah, could it have?
How would I know if the wind could have been different, like 20 years ago or something? Like, how would I know that? What's the material meaningfulness or relevance of that question?
So to be clear, you don't know how to explain alternatives on your worldview.
You're asking, like, could I have become a communist? I think that what puts people on that pipeline are quite arbitrary in the sense that, like, I think, like, let's say you like have a bunch of like teenagers, like, I don't know, getting into political subcultures. I think at a certain starting point level, it's quite arbitrary what they're going to choose, right?
Okay, and so
but I think that the communist position, like it's like a pipeline, right? You keep going forward and forward and forward,
okay,
immersing yourself in a subculture, immersing yourself into the commitment to a specific relationship of thought and practice, and that is, you know, like, that is very much in the beginning arbitrary. What makes or breaks the distinction, so to speak, of like what is a true alternative is the level of commitment you have to the relation of thought and practice.
Could I have had a different level of commitment then?
Yeah.
How?
You could have actually like committed to a relationship between thought and practice that actually...
I could have chosen to do that?
You could have... Yes, you could have chosen, yes.
So there are choices. We got free will back.
But I never denied free will or choices. I said
okay,
that...
So we've got free will. Are we going to stick with free will?
Hold on, Zulu. I mean, like, it's quite dishonest that you're claiming I deny choice when all I did is deny your definition of choice, which is an act by an entirely, completely self-sovereign subject who just does things in a vacuum in isolation from the relational object, right? I never denied choices are possible.
When you say choice,
I never denied free will.
It's not actually choice.
It's not choice. Hold on. What happened to, if we go earlier in the debate, you said, I'm not working with a colloquial definition of choice. I'm working strictly with my definition of choice, which is an act committed by a completely self-sovereign subject. If you understand my explication of how it's possible you could go down like the pipeline of different political ideologies, we very much aren't dealing with a completely self-sovereign subject. We're dealing with a passive subject who's simply a receptacle of a receptacle of a confluence of factors, which they themselves in no way have sovereignty or control over, right? So, even within the framework that you yourself have entertained as far as, like, what is a choice or not, you're basically conceding, and you did for the purposes of argument concede from the very beginning, that you're going to work with my understanding of choice. So I don't know why you're confused. Like, I feel like you lost track of where we have gotten so far.
I don't think I have. Okay, so given your understanding of choice, that there are no true choices, whatever you want to say.
No, hold on. To be very clear. To be very
okay,
clear.
Sure. I'm just going to completely accede to you, whatever you think choice means. Okay, now teach me on dialectics. Brax Ben did this in your debate. You're going to be the teacher for a second. Teach me, Sensei, where does the alternatives come from? Where on one branch I could have been a communist right now, and on the other branch I am currently a capitalist. What is the mechanism for these to be two possible alternatives? Okay,
so I did try to explain that, but you just kind of like kept on interrupting me, and you like really weren't satisfied with the line of explication I was developing. So it's like I think you need to be like more clear about what the question you're asking is, because I already explained. I think that a given historical epoch or mode of production produces a given threshold of possible choices people can partake in, a possible conventions people can mimic, a threshold of like materially possible relationships between thought and practice, right? And that for the purposes and from the perspective of a truly radically free choice, these are quite arbitrary, right? And they're not actually.
And there are no alternatives as far as the free choice is concerned.
Are there alternatives to the free choice committed within my framework of a revolutionary?
Yeah, earlier you said no.
Yeah, but I'm saying no, hold on. I'm saying, can you choose to not make a choice? Is that what you're asking?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking very simply, what is your mechanism for there to be alternatives? That on one branch, it's just alternative history. I could say like, oh, what if the US didn't gain independence in 1776? I could explain that and analyze this alternative history, by saying that they made different choices. They had poorer generals, right? That the generals made worse decisions. I could analyze that as an alternative history. I'm asking you to analyze as an alternative history how it could have possibly been that I ended up as a communist already.
Okay, once again, I think that there is a given threshold of possible choices people can make, which there is an active faculty of will that is involved for certain, right? But because it doesn't participate in the development of history in a novel sense, or the threshold of possibility, advancing that in any kind of sense, it is a kind of the usage of free will, so to speak, to perpetuate and reinforce an ultimately passive practical position in existence. So it's a passive choice, so to speak, right? And this is my definition of what a passive choice would be.
Passive choice, yes.
Choosing Pepsi very strongly and whatever with all your willpower over Coca-Cola. Very much possible, right? And
right,
I don't... what is materially different about this argument versus the Pepsi versus Coca-Cola question? Like, that's what I really want to know. Like, could I have chosen Pepsi versus Coke? Is that what you're asking? Because I feel like you've complicated your question way too much.
Sure. We can make it much more simple, right? If I'm in the shops and I see in front of me either Pepsi or Coke, could I have are there alternatives available? Will I always end up choosing Coke, or will I always end up choosing Pepsi, or could I have gone either way?
You could say that it could go either way in the sense that
go either way, so there are alternatives.
But didn't I already establish that you can the free will meme, you can run in Walmart and scream? Like, what is new about this question you're asking? Like, I feel like we already treaded this ground.
Right, we tread that ground, and then you conceded that there were no choices there. That you're going to be determined.
No, hold on. I would say it's not a true free choice. But can the outcome be different? Because
your definition of free. Hold
on. Am I denying that the outcome of choosing Pepsi is impossible? That could be different? No, I'm not denying that. The outcome between Pepsi and Coke could be different, but it's not materially distinct. It's of no material difference. That's my point. Right. It is not of any material consequential difference.
I 100% get that you're not denying that there was a possible alternative where I went Pepsi instead of Coke. Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm asking you, what possible mechanism do you have on your dialectical materialist metaphysics? What mechanism do you have to explain how there could be an alternative there?
Okay. At the beginning of this debate, when you asked me if I believed in free will, what did I say?
Well, you've said many different things on that. So,
okay, but you asked me if I believed in free will.
In the flow. That's why
you asked me if I believed in free will, so what did I say?
You're going to have to tell me, because you've said multiple things at different points.
Okay, well, I'll let everyone go back to the beginning and see what I said when you asked me if I believed in free will, okay? We have the faculty to engage in free acts. That doesn't mean we employ that faculty in a way that consequentially is, in fact, a free act. We have the faculty, and the faculty is what gives us the illusion of the freedom that the outcome of choice or Pepsi is truly a choice, but we haven't really affected a choice into reality until there's that second component of actually committing to a novel relationship between thought and practice that is not simply conforming passively to pre-established conventions and practices.
So I understand that I've reached the bottom of your call center script here, but I'm gonna have to really ask you to try and go off script for a second and just try and reach into your mind. I think I've been saying this
staring at the camera. Okay, well, people can see that I've been
come from.
But people have been seeing I've been saying this while staring at the camera, so I don't know what script I could possibly be reading off.
Oh, you can memorize a script. Don't you worry. People do it all the time in debates.
So you're doing
it right now.
So I kind of feel like you're copping out from the content of my argument by claiming that I'm reading a script.
You're looping, bro. You're fucking looping.
I feel like you're getting a little upset and frustrated right now, and I think it's a reflection of the fact you just can't keep up with the argument being presented, and it's as simple as that.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I mean, you really can't keep up. It's as simple as that. I'm sorry you can't keep up. I'm sorry you're not smart enough to. It's not really my problem. You wanted to debate me, and you can't even keep up with my argument.
Try and hold my hand through this, then. Come on, you're the sensei.
Honestly, I've been trying, but you're a little bit too stupid.
My hand through.
I've been trying, trust me.
How do you get alternatives?
I've very much been trying to hold your hand through this, and
how are there possible alternatives? How does that come about?
Okay, the possibility of alternatives is a consequence of the fact that, different expressions of will, so to speak, is possible on account of the fact that the object of our will is in a continual process of development and change and is not fixed into one thing. So this is why there's distinction.
In a different way.
What?
It could have developed in a different way, and that's where you're getting alternatives.
It could not. No, I mean, yeah. It could. Not that it couldn't have developed in a different way, but that it's in the process of development in the first place. Not that there's an alternative path of development. Maybe there isn't, right? But
okay, so that's not where alternatives come from. So where do they come from?
Yes, actually, it is though. That's my whole point.
Okay,
that's
so,
actually
so they could have
that is absolutely where the alternatives come from. You don't understand the point.
So they could have developed in a different way.
Can you calm down for a second and like let me try to explain this to you? Like you're really frustrated. Like it's really
so true.
Would you like to like hear why I'm saying that, you know, even if there's like potentially post hoc, or not post hoc, but after the fact, a fixed line of development, that this is actually ultimately the reason why there is like the possibility of like these different passive choices people can make?
How about?
Okay, so you're not interested in that argument?
Hold on. I'm gonna give you the floor if you listen to me. I'm saying, how about I'm gonna give you the floor to say whatever the hell you want, or as long as it takes to make that point. I'm not going to interrupt a single time. All I want to know is, how do you explain the possibility of alternatives? Me being a communist versus me being a capitalist. Me choosing the Coke versus me choosing the Pepsi. Mm-hmm. How do you explain the existence of those alternatives on dialectical materialism? And I will not interrupt you a single time.
Because we have because the capacity that we have to achieve or attain insight into the underlying necessity of our existence, which is my definition of what a human being is, that capacity can be expressed and effective in ways that don't necessarily participate directly into insight into necessity. So there's a degree of what we would think colloquially is freedom, right? But from this perspective would just be arbitrariness, where I can use the same thing that I need as a human being to choose, so to speak, to be human, to choose to have insight into necessity. That can also be applied to choose, Pokemon versus Yu-Gi-Oh! So that's what's responsible for the possibility of alternatives. Now, whether or not the fact I choose Pepsi versus Coca-Cola at the scale of the individual is predetermined by some mechanism, maybe it is, but it's not the same one that I'm talking about when I'm talking about historical materialism and Marxism. That's all I'm saying. Like maybe on some psychological level or on the level of physics, like gusts of wind or, chemical imbalances or something, like those could play a factor. I'm not really going to commit to the physics question of whether like it's completely predetermined or there's like wiggle room of possibility. I'm just saying that's distinct from the causal mechanism or the causality in the sense relevant to historical materialism. That's all.
Okay, so again, you didn't actually explain how alternatives are possible. In fact, you said, I'm not going to commit to a position on whether physics could impact this. I'm not going to commit to any of these things. So you didn't actually explain how alternatives are possible. I did explain.
Hold on, Zulu, did I not just explain to you that the same thing, the same faculty we have to actually affect a real act, a real choice as I'm talking about it, right? We can also apply that to things that don't consequentially amount to a free choice. Does that make no sense to you?
Okay, so I could have made alternative decisions.
Yeah, absolutely you can make alternative decisions.
There's free will.
But we can only talk about...
Are we going to commit free will?
What did I say about free will in the beginning of this debate? Do you remember?
Free will means I can make decisions. Are we going to commit to that or not? I don't care what you said an hour ago, because you
can't make decisions as a self-sovereign, vacuum-sealed subject, but can you make decisions?
So you're always going to make the same choices. Got it. So that's not where alternatives
I'll like mentally represent your position in this way, or I'll like represent your position in this way. You're claiming that the only way we can account for the possibility that people make different decisions is if we regard people as vacuum-sealed, self-sovereign subjects that in no way in no way can their choices or decisions be evaluated on the basis of their relational significance. That it's just this vacuum-sealed, arbitrary, individual choice made in a vacuum, influenced by no other factors. And, that is the only way we can have choice or decisions proper. Why would you still commit to this line of argumentation when, for the purposes of argument, you said you were willing to concede to my definition of decisions and choices? That's why I don't really understand where you're coming from here. If for the purposes of argumentation, the entire premise of this line of inquiry is that you're going to commit to my understanding of what a choice is or what a decision is, why do you then, at the outcome of your line of inquiry, bring back your definition of choice and decision-making, which you were willing to discard for the purposes of argumentation? This is the fundamental fallacy that I can identify in your position here.
So, would there have been an alternative as far as how this debate ends up going? Because I don't think it's going your way. Could I have?
I have full faith and confidence in audiences to evaluate and judge that for themselves. But I'm pretty confident and firm on my position here, and I just don't think you have been able to keep up or follow through with the very line of inquiry that you yourself have begun with respect to this debate. You decided to debate me about free will versus determinism. You decided to ask me a bunch of questions about the Marxist view on this. I satisfactorily and comprehensively responded to this. You're not satisfied with the response because you either seem to not understand it or you have reached the limit of your ability to keep up with the chain of argumentation you yourself have engendered. So it's like if this is the end of the line for you, I don't know what to tell you.
It's not that I can't keep up, HAZ. That's not it at all.
Okay.
I have kept up. I am perfectly satisfied with all of your descriptions of Marxism-Leninism.
Are you
and
or are you not? Are you or are you not now asserting? Are you now?
I just want you to explain how it's possible on this theory of history for there to be alternative lines of history. Yeah. How do you explain that I could have been a communist or I could have been a capitalist?
But being a communist or a capitalist is not necessarily of any historical import until, for example, you have practically... Hold on. Historical import in the sense that it's not historically going to have any meaningful significance until you actually... Oh, well, you're interrupting me. I don't think you want to hear what I'm saying.
Again, I don't care if it's important or not that I ended up in the alternative of communism.
But the reason it is important, according to the very line of inquiry you established, is because if we're understanding history to be like the ultimate receptacle of determination, is that not why you're talking about alternative histories? Or maybe we should clarify what we mean by history. I don't think there's anything historical about choosing Pepsi over Coke, but I do think there's a historical significance to a revolution or a profound war or something that's at the scale of a society, or the American War of Independence. I just don't think that the choices people make within the the farm or the playpen that they're within a given historical epoch, like pigs rolling in this mud versus the shit over there. I don't think that's actually historically relevant. Or I don't think it's relevant with respect to the mechanism of any determination or causal determination Marxism regards as significant.
Again, hold on. Yeah. I let you speak. I don't give a single hoot whether or not my ending up in the alternative of me being a communist or me being a capitalist. I don't give a hoot whether or not that would have led to a sooner or later or any difference in the progression of the dialectic process.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, by what mechanism could you possibly explain that alternative even exists in the first place?
I've been trying to explain that, but you just keep interrupting me and you just keep ignoring what I'm trying to tell you.
No, you keep obfuscating.
Well, I could be very slow with you if you would prefer that.
Sure, but as long as you also stop obfuscating.
Well, what would be your definition of obfuscating? What would be your definition of obfuscating?
Exactly what I mean by that, HAZ. It's what you've been doing the whole time.
I don't feel like I'm obfuscating at all.
You're basically being a politician. Have you seen that clip from Cheers? The politician comes in and he doesn't. Fraser says he's not saying anything.
Zulu, I think you're a bit flustered and you need to calm down a little bit. Would you
I'm
like me
very
to be
flustered
slower
right now. I want you to be real
You
slow.
seem to be a
and
little
just give me
hysterical
one single thing.
talking about politicians.
Explain how alternatives are possible. That's all I want. That's all I want. And I'll calm right down.
Are you talking about alternative histories or alternative choices an individual within a given historical epoch could possibly make? Because I'm trying to say those are very different things.
So I think I've been pretty crystal clear here. I'm asking about the one branch of the past. It could have gone either that I end up a communist or I end up a capitalist in this moment. Right? I want you to explain the mechanism by which it's possible for there to be this alternative on dialectical materialism.
I mean, I just want to know, like, are you assuming within my framework? Like, are we working within my framework where I'm saying that being a communist is going to become historically consequential? Because if you think the consequentiality of history is irrelevant, don't say communism versus capitalism. Let's just do like Pepsi versus Coke then.
Pepsi versus Coke.
Okay.
Let's say I bought Coke earlier.
Yeah.
Could it have possibly been that there was this alternative where I buy Pepsi?
Yeah,
and
why not?
Why not? Case, okay, so it is the case. How can you explain that on dialectical materialism? That there are these alternative paths that I could have gone down?
Sure, in the same way that we can understand, for example, a biological organism to have a certain kind of predetermination, there is a wiggle room of like arbitrary kind of distribution of like different outcomes that's possible for that same organism for a host of arbitrary causal reasons, right? And so that's basically, and then furthermore, though, I would say that in addition to the fact of like the influence of arbitrary factors, the very faculty that we possess, which allows us to participate in the determination of history, can also be applied in trivial, non-historically consequential ways. So that would be my fundamental argument there. The same faculty that we have that makes it possible, not necessarily like inevitable in the sense of like passively preordained, but possible for us to participate in novel historical determinations, is also a faculty that can be applied to trivial, non-historical outcomes that can only be understood as passive acts. So
within this wiggle room, right? Because earlier I was getting from you this wiggle room. It is predetermined. Whether you're going to scream in the Walmart, whether you're going to pick the Pepsi.
No. But I think that, can you understand for one second that whether or not that wiggle room is predetermined is irrelevant from the Marxist perspective? Like, maybe you could say it's psychological. Maybe you could say it's caused by, some kind of chemical disposition within you. Maybe you could say it's like some kind of physically predictable outcome. I think that's a physics question if you're going down that line of inquiry. Or maybe, there's just this, randomness that's inherent within us that you could say that we can just arbitrarily draw upon. But a choice, I think choices, there are reasons underlying choices, real choices, right? And I think that under your framework, the possibility that a choice could be rational, I don't think there's much room for that if this is really where you're getting, your understanding.
You did give me the mechanism there. You said that there is some randomness within us. Now, I want to know how there could possibly be randomness under dialectical materialism.
Randomness both within nature and within us. Yeah, I think that within dialectical materialism, determinations, one of their tendencies is to repeat, right? Something that is already established as, possible or existent, either continues to reproduce its existence or continues to repeat and interact arbitrarily in a host of different permutations and so on and so on. And the idea of the transition of quantity into quality is that eventually we have qualitatively new determinations, which kind of break that pre-existing threshold of random permutations of possibility and establish a novel possibility, right? So how is it possible there could be randomness? Well, the randomness is below the threshold of the novel possibility, where it is all the same, basically, and may as well all be the same, so to speak.
Wait, hold on. I want to be very clear here. So the randomness, this random number generator, what have you, it's all the same. It doesn't matter which path
From
it
the
goes
perspective of an actual novel determination, yeah, it may as well all be the same.
So then that doesn't explain how there are alternatives.
Because it might as well be any other way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, like I think Pepsi or Coke, it may as well be the same.
Okay, so then there are different choices. There are different possible paths, at least, given this random mechanism.
Yeah, but the paths don't become...
Those paths might not amount to something big, societal.
Now you get it. You see? You're kind of learning.
Great,
you understand, right?
Great. So, why couldn't it be the case that this random mechanism just suddenly tomorrow spits out that every single person is going to be a capitalist, and that they will keep being a capitalist for the next 10 million years? Why couldn't that happen?
Because each and every person is going to be continuously affected or impressed, like not in the sense of the colloquial sense, but like received, be a receptacle of information, so to speak, with the reality of the contradictions of the society we live in, and they're going to respond and react to those ways with a degree of variability, but in ways that ultimately reflect the reality. Now, what is going to be the distribution of that? You have to look at a confluence of different factors: class positions, demographic backgrounds, ages, what part of society you occupy, and so on and so on. But even if, arbitrarily, somehow... I mean, I just don't think the wiggle room for what you're proposing as possible exists, because, yes, there are material determinations that define the threshold of wiggle room. In this case, there's not enough for that to even be possible.
Hold on. There is enough, because you already said the wiggle room exists for me to be a capitalist right now. So why couldn't the random number generator generate that everybody's a capitalist right now? That wiggle room is still there.
Even if I did think the wiggle room was there, which I don't, it would be such an infinitesimally low probability. It's not even worth considering.
But it is possible.
I see no reason why that would be possible. I see no reason why it would be. If it's such
exactly what you told me.
If our statistics, at the scale of an individual, we can't speak directly of causal mechanisms of determination with any degree of certainty. But if you're asking tomorrow, then if because of that fact you have the wiggle room to choose Pepsi over Coke, I don't know why you keep obfuscating the argument with the capitalism thing.
There was the wiggle room for me to become a capitalist.
Okay, let's just focus on the Pepsi or Coke thing, because I think you're opening up a can of worms, so to speak.
I know why you don't want to talk about this, because I think you know where it's going.
No. Would you like me to explain? Would you like me to explain the? No, I just don't want to confuse you. I'll be happy to talk about it, but you seem to be confused every time we use the example.
Confusing distinction here.
Every time we go down the path of inquiry of capitalism versus communism, you seem to be confused about the scale of individual arbitrary choices versus consequential historical determinations and outcomes. So I'm trying to help you by focusing on Pepsi versus Coke, so that you don't, because you said you don't care. Okay, the reason is you said you don't. Did you?
You don't get this. You don't get this necessity of communism.
Did you not claim that you don't care about historical outcomes? Isn't that what you said? Well, the question of capitalism versus communism is going to, absolutely bring forth the relevance of historical outcomes within this framework. So if you want to avoid talking about historical...
I want to be clear here. Specifically what I said is I don't care whether my ending up on the communist or capitalist path, I don't care if that has any significant impact on history 10,000 years into the future. I don't care about that. But then we got down into...
No, I'm just saying it's a different relationality.
Which determines whether or not somebody comes out of a capitalist.
There's a distinction... Okay.
Why couldn't that random number generator generate that everybody's a capitalist?
There's absolutely a distinction between the relationality implied by being a committed communist Bolshevik who's participating in some kind of revolutionary praxis. There's a different dimension of historical import and the determination of history between that and choosing Coca-Cola over Pepsi. So if you don't want to talk about novel historical outcomes and what I would consider a free act, and you just want to explain why is it that we can use our free will to affect outcomes that are empirically different, such as choosing Pepsi over Coke, choose the Pepsi versus Coke argument. You want to open the can of worms of historical materialism, I'd be happy to go down that path. It just seems like you're not committed to.
Do you think that they're not analogous? Me having the alternative of Pepsi or Coke, does that not already establish that there are alternatives possible, and that therefore there could be the alternative possible of me being a communist versus me being a capitalist.
And then if we
common denominator, further level, that is the case for everybody.
Hold on, the common denominator is you have a will, but the question of the relationality of your will in relation to practice is what's important for a Marxist when we're talking about what is a truly free act. Because remember, there's the free part, and then there's the act part, right? The free part is there maybe when you're choosing Pepsi versus Coke, but the act is passive.
Again, you'll notice that I'm not actually talking. I've never said the word free for the past hour.
You never said free will throughout the debate?
I'm not talking. Oh my God, you know exactly what I mean. I'm not talking about freedom. I'm not talking about that. I'm ceding the
really. You weren't talking about free will and free choice. Isn't that what you said? Your position hinges upon.
I'm talking
but didn't you say that?
Here. I'm using that language. Okay, let's say I was the whole time. Now I'm talking about alternatives. That there's the alternative of me either having Pepsi or Coke, right? Now, does that not then extend out that there is also the alternative of me being a capitalist or me being a communist right now? And then, if we extend that out to everybody, there is the alternative of everybody being capitalist or everybody being communist, or 99% people being capitalist, and 99% people, 1% people being communist, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. So, and this is all based on your random number generator. Could that random number generator not
that would be if I'm willing to commit to the view that 100% of the reason for why people make the choices that they do is randomness, where I think what I actually said is that at the scale of the individual... not your mechanism of alternatives? No, because at the scale of the individual, there's...
No, it's not. Okay, good. So then where is your mechanism
of alternatives? Hold on. I'll be happy to talk about it when you're willing to not interrupt me.
Okay, go ahead. What is your mechanism of alternatives?
So what I said at the scale of individual choice is that for Marxists, it's not relevant, but it's probably a confluence of different arbitrary factors potentially combined with a degree of randomness and wiggle room. But to say that it is 100% just entirely random for why people do the things that they do, I'm not really willing to commit to that ridiculous view when it comes to the choices individuals make. But I do think there's a degree of arbitrariness and wiggle room that does kind of express a certain kind of sensitivity human beings have to maybe the ontological randomness of the cosmos and the universe, maybe, who knows. But to say 100% of the choices, the reasons for the choices that we make are a consequence of arbitrariness and randomness would be ridiculous.
Is it the case that for any individual, there is the alternative possibility that they're a capitalist?
Where does possibility become probability for you, though? Does the relationship between those two things not matter?
Not particularly, no. I just want to know if it could
so within this impossible, vacuum-sealed context where we ignore, all of the factors that actually do influence the reasons people adopt the worldviews that they do, we have to, bracket all of that and ignore all of that and just say, if we, kidnap people and put them in, a vacuum-sealed room, can we give them the choice to do X, Y, and Z? Well, maybe, but I don't see how that's meaningful for an evaluation or understanding of the actual world we live in.
Right, but for any individual, there are those alternatives available.
Why not?
Okay, so why then, when we let's talk about 10 individuals. Is there
it's kind of like an elementary is-ought
all those alternatives
you're having.
That we could go down all of those alternatives at the same time, that they're all capitalists. For 10 people.
So, hold on. If you have 10 given people, is it possible that all of them could go down a capitalist pipeline?
Yeah.
Potentially. Why not?
What about 100?
Well, I understand the question you're asking. 10 is not really significant statistically. In terms of encompassing a sufficient degree of let's say the 10 were distributed in a way that sufficiently reflected the differing conditions that a given individual grows up in, or a given set of experiences they grow up in. I think you do need a certain threshold of data for it to be an accurate reflection of the variation that's possible. This is elementary to statistics, that you need to scale up to actually get a accurate picture of the variation within populations, because you could easily just kind of have these accidental, like I did a random sample of 10 individuals around the world and they all happen to like prefer, Subway over Quiznos or something. It's like, well, but you don't have enough data to actually like determine whether that actually reflects at scale the variations of people's preferences around the world, right? It could very well just be like a random sample that you took that just happened to accidentally look that way.
So on the question of 100, could those 100 people have gone down the capitalist route?
There are at least 100 people in the world who profess to be anarcho-capitalists, so sure.
Yeah, so it's got to be the case, right? What about 10,000?
Again, I'm sure there are at least 10,000.
A million.
How about we go at 1 billion or 2 billion or 3 billion, right? Just like speed it up. No.
Sure.
No, because clearly, with respect...
When did it change?
Yeah, well, it changed when we got more data that actually reflects the degree of variation of the conditions individuals grow up in and the various factors that influence and shape the outcomes of individual ideological worldviews. And we can see from the data that it's not the case that,
I'm not asking about the world as we currently are.
Oh, you're asking about like some like vacuum sealed context.
Hold on. You're saying that these alternatives on the individual level, they come about from your random number generator, right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I never said it was entirely random. Hold on.
At least in part from your random number generator.
I feel like I've been pretty precise and clear.
Will you accept with at least in part?
Zulu, I think I've been pretty precise and clear about the fact that I never.
Do you disagree with that? At least in part.
Why are you so startled? Like, can you calm down a little bit? I never said that it was.
Is that true or not? At least in part.
Zulu, I never said it was. Can you calm down? I never said it was 100% random. Once again, I never made that argument.
You know what at least in part means?
Precisely, in part.
In part, it came from the random number generator on the scale of 10 people. Okay, and then it was still in part.
No, but there was randomness.
Then at some point,
there was random. But there was random. No.
We get to
you're committing a fallacy.
People, you're committing. Then it's still somehow no longer.
But you're committing a fallacy because
distinction here.
But you're committing a fallacy because you're neglecting the dimension of the randomness in the sampling. It's the sampling which is potentially random, right? In that case.
So when you're talking about your random number generator, you're not talking about
I never mentioned a random number generator. I never did.
That's just my word for it. The randomness in whatever.
Okay, to clarify, right? To make it simple for you.
Clear, that randomness is in the sampling of people, not in me personally.
No, I'm just saying in your argument.
You haven't explained how I could have been either a capitalist or a communist.
Do you want me?
You haven't explained the alternative then.
Okay, I will very much explain to you patiently, to simplify everything for you, that I think there are just about as many anarcho-capitalist LARPers in the world that is possible, more or less. Maybe there could be an extra 12 or 10 or 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 even, but more or less, there is more or less the same amount of possible anarcho-capitalists in the world today as could ever be possible, given the conditions of our current existence.
Again, not what I'm asking.
So when you're asking me, like, why can't there be 2 billion anarcho-capitalists in the world? I could try to explain that for you, but you're asking, like, is there enough wiggle room for people to arbitrarily just adopt this comprehensive anarcho-capitalist worldview? There's not enough for 2 billion people to. There's just, from what we can perceive from the data, because I'm not claiming to be omniscient, omnipotent God, it seems to be that the amount of people who can stumble into that retarded position have already.
So again, specifically what I'm asking, because now you're saying this randomness, that's in the sampling. It's a random sampling.
No, you're confused about what I was saying.
I'm asking, oh my God. Where is the alternative?
Zulu, I said if you were to sample... No, Zulu, can I be clear about something? I said if you were to sample 10 people around the world, and is it possible that you could end up with all those 10 people being anarcho-capitalists, that would be a randomness with respect to your sampling. You're asking me, is it possible for people to end up as anarcho-capitalists to choose that pipeline? Well, if we combine the confluence of, passive influencing factors with whatever arbitrary wiggle room that I would consider rational or reasonable to expect, I think you'll end up with the amount we have right now, more or less. So that's my answer to your question.
I think you're confused. Where we got here, how we got to the randomness mechanism, was you answering how there are possibly alternatives with respect to me as an individual being either a communist or a capitalist right now.
Right.
So that randomness mechanism is going to be pointing at some particular individual and putting them on some particular path rather than another, at least in part. Right? At least in part, it's nudging them either in the communist direction or the capitalist direction,
right,
in the Pepsi direction or the Coke direction.
Yeah.
So
I think you could find, you could
multiple people.
You could collect you could kind of generalize like a degree of like terminally online extremists, and like all categorize them as like subjected to the same material causes and conditions, and like whether or not they become anarcho-capitalists or fascists or communists.
It's not that they're acceded to the same material causes and conditions, because you're saying there's alternatives here. So that is the irrelevant part.
Hold on. There are only a given number of people who are drawn to terminally online extreme ideologies, right? Because of material factors.
What causes that number?
I would say material factors probably are mainly responsible. Now, the variation as far as what pipelines people end up in further can be explained by material factors. For example, the preponderance of capital and investment and money that goes into like propaganda and
the pipeline
influencing
is also material. Okay,
yeah. There's aspects of the pipeline that are also material, but there is a kind of small degree of wiggle room of arbitrariness, maybe. And by the way, I've always said maybe, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say so. Which, enables the possibility that, a given person who might be disposed to adopting, a certain pipeline can adopt another, right? So
the maybe there is so then you don't have any hinging. There could be possible alternatives.
Well, the maybe...
You're saying maybe there could. You don't have any argument for it.
I would say the maybe has to be... So, when we say that it's random... What we're truly talking about is randomness from the perspective of what we can identify as determining factors and determining causes. Now, whether things can truly and finally really be random, I think is a contentious argument within physics and so on and so on. I lean no, right? But with respect to the factors and conditions that we can identify and know about, I would say... that's where randomness becomes what it is. I'm still insisting, though, that the ultimate source of the arbitrariness or the possibility of the alternative comes from the same faculty that makes it possible for people to actually attain and achieve a free act. So that is my underlying argument.
There are alternatives or there aren't.
There are alternatives because everyone shares the same faculty that makes it possible to effect a free act.
Okay, so how could we have gone down the different alternative where I'm the communist and you're the capitalist? How could that have occurred?
How could it have occurred that we would switch places right now in terms of the positions that we have?
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, I don't know if we swapped places and I, grew up with the same set of experiences that you did, or maybe,
Okay. Then you're talking about just pure transposition, where we're both the same person in the same circumstances, and I grew up looking like you, and you grew up looking like me, and having the same positions as me. So that's not what I'm talking about.
Maybe if you were more, maybe if
you were born in like wherever the hell you were born. I was born in the United Kingdom,
I would say that,
and then I am
okay. To make it simple for you, I think that at this level we can talk about potentially, at least with respect to, at some level, we can talk about the normative dimension for sure. We could say that this person before we get to the normative dimension, we could say that this person is more knowledgeable, this person potentially is smarter, they're quicker at understanding things, or we could talk about the normative dimension in addition to that, which, I mean, it's kind of hard to excise the dimension of intelligence and committing to learning from normativity, right? But we could talk about how how moral of a person are you, right? How good of, what is your character? Are you a coward who is, when presented for the simple choice between taking the steak and the blue pill and the red pill, and you just decide, you know what, I'm too much of a coward to take a risk, whatever, then we have to talk about like the normative dimension. At some level, we have to talk about that. The reason I don't universally apply that to all of society simultaneously is because I don't think everyone gets the same level of education to know the choice that they're making in the first place, to know the content of what that choice actually amounts to. But can you speak of people who kind of are confronted with the consequences of their choices truly and comprehensively and still decide to, you know, take the satanic route, so to speak, like when Satan chose what he did? Yes, absolutely. People can make that choice, but the outcome of their choice is not going to lead to any kind of novel determination of history. It's going to be a kind of attempt to suppress the knowledge that we can have of the development of history and mankind. So if that's what you're getting at and what you're asking, then I would say yes, there is a normative dimension at play for sure. How comprehensive is that normative dimension? I wouldn't universalize it and use it as a kind of paradigm for the explication of all the choices people make simultaneously within society.
So I want people to go back and look through this line of inquiry and find the first time where I talk about the word normative. It'll be right now. Okay, so I want to know.
Do you know what normativity means?
Possibly been.
Do you know what normativity means?
I want to know how it could have possibly been that I ended up communist in this debate and you ended up the capitalist. I'm not talking about that.
Okay, to put it simply,
you're
like maybe
everything the same, but you call them you and you me. And
I can list.
You.
I can list a bunch of factors. I can list a bunch of potential factors.
Go on.
Okay, one of them could be maybe if you had a different set of life experiences that introduced you to communism in a way that was different from how you were introduced to it. That could have been one factor.
So I could have had those different factors. I could have had those different life experiences.
Again, we're back to like the physics argument, so we're not done yet.
No. I just want to know if I could have had those different life experiences. This is what you're pointing at as the possibility for alternative. So could I have had those different life experiences?
Could you have had different life experiences?
Yeah.
Could you have been born disabled and blind?
That's my question towards you. Could I have had different life experiences?
What does that have to do with choice?
I'm just asking you, man. I'm trying to get down to your mechanism.
I don't feel like I need to commit
to I have had different life experiences.
I don't feel like I need to commit to like a multiverse theory of physics to actually talk about what choices.
I don't care if you do a multiverse theory of physics. I don't care how you do it.
Okay, you don't care, but you're insisting that I like talk about it. Could it have been possible that Hurricane Katrina didn't happen?
I'm not insisting that you subscribe to the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics. That is not what I'm insisting.
Okay, you're basically asking, could Hurricane Katrina... Okay, you know what's funny? It's like I wanted to list a bunch of factors. I wanted to list a bunch of factors.
Who those different life experiences have come about?
I wanted to list a bunch of different factors.
No, it's could those different life experiences.
But all I did was list one, and then you just kind of cut me off and started talking about you're looping again. Because I already mentioned how the gust of wind...
you stole my thing.
Well, I'm just confronting you with the projection that's at play here.
Okay, so could I have had different life experiences? Yes or no?
Could the gust of wind that blew in one direction have blown in a different one in your life? I can't answer that. But what I can say is that...
You can't answer, so that's not where the alternatives come from.
Could a given person...
Where do they come from?
What?
Where do they come from? Because you said you can't explain... on that level.
Hold on.
Where do you think the alternatives come from?
I tried to list some, but after just retreading one of the factors, you cut me off and you didn't allow me to list the other ones. So I guess you just don't want to hear anything.
I guess so, right? If that's what you think,
like why are you cutting me off? Okay, so we mentioned the first thing. Let's just call that the gust of wind factor, right? The factors that are just beyond the control of anyone's choices, and
you can't point to any alternatives there. So let's move on to the next one.
Well, hold on. We can point to alternatives in the sense that people have had different... hold on, that people have had different experiences other than you. But could you specifically, as an individual, have had a different experience? Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. Maybe it's not relevant, right?
So you don't know. So you can't explain alternatives there.
What do you mean?
You're saying maybe I could have had different childhood experiences. Maybe I couldn't have.
So maybe you could have been born blind. Maybe you could have been born blind. Maybe you.
Right, so that's not the source.
All we know is that there's a specific distribution statistically of people that are born blind. So we know it is possible. We know it's possible for human beings to be born blind. Could you specifically have been born blind? I don't know if I can answer that question. Secondly,
right, so that's not the source of your alternatives.
But it's okay. Zulu, did you not compare us to? You said between HAZ and Zulu, right? So I have to mention things that are beyond your control, beyond your capacity to choose, because those are factors that do in part shape the worldviews we come to adopt, things that are just outside of our control. Cool. So I have to at least list them off at least one time.
Sure. But I'm just saying, on this first one, that can't be your source of alternative options. Because you can't explain. But
if we're comparing, hold on. But if we're comparing, why does HAZ have the worldview he does, and why does Zulu have the worldview he does? We have to make that the causal explanation for the alternatives. Okay. Now, if you're talking about alternatives that are strictly possible with respect to a given individual, right? Then don't compare you and I. Just say me specifically.
Okay. So for me specifically.
Okay.
Could I have had the alternative of being a communist?
Yeah, I think if you were smarter and had better character, you probably could have.
Could I have been smarter and had a better character?
Yes.
How?
How? I mean, maybe if you found it within yourself to be less of a coward and a lazy idiot.
Could I have found it in myself to be less of a coward in the past?
You could have, yeah. You chose not to.
Oh.
Evidently.
How? How could I have done that?
Well, I think you were confronted at one point with perhaps the reality or the possibility of like having a backbone and being a principled, normal human being, and you rejected it because you were scared of it, or I
was able to choose to reject it.
Yes.
Like I had total free will in that moment.
You had the free will, yes. Not total. I don't think total is possible.
I could have chosen to go down one path or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're in free will.
I never denied free will even one time.
Okay, great. So we're in free will. So then why isn't that the case? So everybody, the type of society we get is based on the choices people make.
No,
hold on a minute.
You just
that's a bit at odds with the dialect.
You made quite a leap there. You made quite a leap there.
Did I?
Yeah.
So am I different to every other human? I'm just completely different.
So if you're
Only
asking,
I had choices.
Do you remember when I said that we cannot universalize the normative within my framework? That to some extent the normative has relevance?
I'm not saying a norm here.
Okay, well, let's say the moral, right? We cannot universalize the moral.
I'm not saying the moral here. I made no moral points. I'm not talking in ethics.
If I'm saying that
I'm talking in metaphysics.
Okay, if I said that the alternative, at some level, we can make the choice on the basis of, how good of a character we have or how morally upright we are, which is basically what I was saying, right? Then yes, we're talking about something moral. And I had previously stated, if you're following the line of inquiry or argumentation here, that we can't universalize that to all of society. Why? Because that specific dimension of wiggle room is confined to a very small corner or part of the society, which is people who have actually been exposed and educated correctly with the possibility of the consequences of their worldview or their action. And still, like Satan, for example, Satan, you don't have to be religious, it's like analogously, right? Satan was presented with, to some extent, the knowledge of the consequences of his act and still chose the evil thing, right? Most people who fall under Satan's influence, so to speak, have not committed the same free choice that Satan has made. Most people don't necessarily know the consequence of the act. Most people don't have a good understanding of the relationality between the thought and the practice, right? So we can't universalize that. I could just say at some level it has relevance, potentially, but only under a specific set of conditions, which we can't universalize.
I just want like the total upshot of all of this, right? That I did get the decision ultimately of whether I'd be a communist or a capitalist, whether I'd be smart and handsome and moral, and then I would end up a communist. Versus what I've done, I've chosen to be evil and ugly and
provided
horrible,
that we
right?
control for all the other factors, which I'm not sure we can do. Then yes, but who said we've already controlled for all the other factors? There is
some aspect of choice here.
There is some aspect in which you can be confronted with the consequences of your actions, and still, let's say, for the sake of challenging God and saying, I can do this, it is possible, let's see where it goes. Or, for the sake of proving a point, yes, absolutely, you can use the same faculty responsible for the possibility of human beings fulfilling their existence ontologically. You can use that to affect outcomes that are misaligned with that existence. Absolutely.
And so am I
Never
like
denied
some
that.
different, am I like some sort of higher type of person where I'm able to make choices which put me on different paths, but other people aren't?
I don't know anything about you, so I don't know what you're asking.
I mean, I might just be a higher type of person, I guess.
I don't know anything about you. Maybe you are just this like fully evil, satanic, Luciferian person who's like challenging God.
I choose to be that.
Or maybe you're just some like dumb receptacle of a set of conditions that were outside of your control that have made you very passionately committed to a position which, if you understood and it was drawn out to you, the full and comprehensive consequences of which you would repudiate. I don't know you enough to make that judgment.
Okay, so you don't actually know whether that could explain the alternatives in front of me.
For you specifically, because I'm not your therapist and I don't know who you are. I don't know you.
At least in principle, it could give alternatives, right?
In principle, it could be either or, right? Or a combination, maybe.
And specifically, those alternatives are born from the choices of individuals. Whether they choose to be moral and communist and so on and so forth, or they choose to be dirty and horrible and capitalist.
So in this understanding of choice is like a direct fidelity to the faculty of the free will, we cannot entirely explain it that way. But there's some...
Also, you can't explain it.
There's some extent to which we could be able to do that, yes. But entirely, no. No, because there are factors outside of our control and outside of our ability...
Extent?
To some extent, there are factors outside of our control that arbitrarily influence us.
Extent?
What?
To what extent? To what extent can you explain these things by free will, and then where does it stop?
So I would say that, for example, when human beings affect a mode of production and a specific threshold of material existence and conditions of existence, it exposes them to a certain range of possible information, of transmitted information and communication and language and so on and so on. It predisposes people to a specific threshold of like possible choices that is by no means unlimited, even at like comparing one person to another based on their class background, based on maybe their demographic background, their set of life experiences, and so on and so on. For example, like the threshold of a certain class of person is much higher for them to adopt one worldview versus another person, right? If you're somebody who's like a member maybe of the bourgeoisie, the threshold is going to be much higher, actually, for you to adopt the Marxist worldview based on the set of experiences that bias you toward a certain outcome and worldview, versus some like a proletarian who actually is exposed to what Marxism is and like actually is able to make the choice in the first place. And we could actually explain that paradox and how that plays out in reality if you so deign to. But it's definitely not like it's not that everyone universally simply adopts the position that they do because of their moral disposition. Because we have actually, as human beings, created a reality. We create a society, we create a mode of production which influences and disposes people.
But wasn't that society created by the moral predispositions of people before?
Well, the content of the moral has to include the consideration for the materially possible. So
Okay.
you cannot, in the same way that I
Okay,
refuse, in the same way that I refuse to isolate the mental dimension from the material, I also refuse to isolate the moral dimension from the material. Why? Because the moral presupposes a given foundation of material possibilities. You know, the is versus the ought, so to speak. The ought cannot be relevant outside of its relation to the is, right? So
Indeed.
the content
Is implies ought. I agree completely.
the content of the ought it cannot be meaningful unless it implies or relates itself to the is, right? So in that sense, it's like I can't say, oh, it's entirely just because of morality in a vacuum, because morality doesn't exist in a vacuum. Morality articulates a specific matrix of material determinations that make up a human being. And it reflects specifically the shape, a very specific shape of being, right? Which is the shape of man in the form of the collective existence, the society.
Right. So nowhere in there did you explain how these alternatives are possible unless you're going to maintain, again, you keep changing, if you maintain that a person could choose to be moral and communist versus choose to be immoral and capitalist.
Okay, for example, what if I told you, in addition to the moral wiggle room that I told you about or whatever, right? That there's also class distinctions. There's also certain material conditions that premise.
Based on my class, I have a different logic.
But why is it that when I list a number of factors that go into it, you're reducing it only and entirely to that factor? Why do you do that? I feel like it's fallacious. I just think it's fallacious that when I list a factor, you decide to reduce it to that factor and that factor alone, which is just not
every single time I press you on a single one of your factors, I find, whoops, that's not where the alternatives come from.
In isolation,
that happens every single time.
Okay, well,
so I just want the one single thing.
But the dialectical argument, doesn't permit us.
It's very easy. I think I'm being very clear here.
Right.
I think you're being completely obfuscatory.
I just think maybe your problem is you don't understand dialectics, because we can't reduce things to one factor within dialectics.
Perhaps.
Because to comprehend reality one-sidedly means that the one-sided determination in question somehow exists in isolation from other things or in a vacuum. But dialectics regards everything to be interrelated in some way, and that determination is only meaningful and possible when we understand it as a relationality. So it's like you're just insisting.
I was surprised when you opened this debate, trying to deny that you're like a materialist and you'd accept determinism. I thought that would be the easy part, but like you just are so slippery, man.
Well, I disagree. I think I've been pretty consistent throughout.
Is that so? Okay. So you don't think that you've been engaging in some politician-y language?
Absolutely not.
I've actually slide away from the point.
No, I don't even have like the free space to like be engaging in like rhetorical tricks or politician stuff. I'm genuinely trying to convey to you the Marxist worldview in an educational manner. I don't really have like you're not giving me a lot of wiggle room to perform rhetorical tricks and sleights of hand.
So there's no wiggle room. Sorry, that's predetermined. It's not up to me.
Very funny, right? But no, you're not giving me the sufficient, like the questions you're asking are very specific and require meticulous explanation, right? So there's a lot of cognitive energy that has to go into like explaining this, which like I just don't have a lot of room to be like playing games or tricks right now. I'm very faithfully conveying the Marxist.
Well, I don't think I'm the one playing games here.
But you're the one who accused me of being a politician playing games, and it's just not what's going on.
Yeah. Okay, so you think you've been completely above board and crystal clear the whole time? On your flip-flopping
I have been. I think you're refusing to. Maybe you just don't understand what I'm saying, which is fine and okay. I understand it's really complicated, but you should try to like maybe humble yourself and ask what I mean, so that I could better help you understand and educate you with the Marxist view, rather than you continually looping and just confronting me with questions I've already answered.
Yeah, so I think you were being a lot more aggressive before this debate, and I think you figured out very quickly that that was not going to fly. I think you very quickly.
I don't know why
out
you're engaging in like a
you're not
meta
you're not winning
commentary.
this debate.
So you're
I'm taking the meta commentary because you're not going anywhere.
But I think the fact that you're starting
anything.
meta commentary about the debate itself is because you're losing the debate and you can't even engage
Oh,
with
is
the
that
debate.
what you think? Okay, so tell
it.
me where do you explain alternatives? Please explain to me.
I already have pretty satisfactorily.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, if there's something about what I said that you don't understand because you're stupid, you can just ask.
Is that so? Okay, I just please. I'm very basic. I'm very immoral. I'm very capitalist. I just need to know how we get to these alternatives, man. I know you understand what an alternative is. I know you're gonna really want to just translate this into your like closeted off Marxian language. I understand you're gonna want to do this. But please just talk like an Englishman. Please.
I'm not an Englishman, actually.
Please explain. I understand you're a Turk or whatever. Please just explain to me how these alternatives are possible. Just use the English language. Just explain how these alternatives are possible. That's all I want.
Alternatives, arbitrary and inconsequential alternatives with respect to the effect of individual choices are possible because the same faculty that we employ to actually participate in truly radically free acts can also be employed for the production of trivial, historically inconsequential outcomes. That is my simple one-sentence answer to you, which you just can't engage with.
Okay, so that means, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. That means that I, as an individual, could choose one trivial thing over another trivial thing. Coke versus the Pepsi.
Right.
Right. Choice in the sense that every other person on Earth means it. Choice in the sense that you can choose alternative A or alternative B.
If you want to use colloquial, then yes.
Yeah, colloquially.
Originally, you were not committed to the colloquial notion of choice, and you said, no, I don't want the colloquial
notion of choice.
So you want to change, because originally you were like, forget the colloquial, I have a special one that's based in like my Ayn Rand, whatever.
Anyway, it's called colloquial.
That's fine. You can focus on the pronunciation of words, and I can focus on using all the words to prove to your audience and mine that you're a midwit. No problem. But
Is that so?
But anyway, you originally didn't want to entertain the kind of common folk usage of the sensibility of the term. You wanted to employ your special notion of choice, which of course I reject.
Being so mean, haven't I?
But if you want to talk about like what choice means to people in an everyday sense, we can do that. No problem.
So again, I'm asking for the specifically what I said there is I'm looking for whether there's a substantive disagreement here. Right? And I think there is a substantive disagreement.
I agree. I think that you believe
you're doing what every single communist does. You're just obfuscating with your language. You're being the politician. This is exactly what I've accused you of already.
Okay. I gave you a one-sentence response. What about that was not to your taking, so to speak?
Okay, so please repeat it. Again, I'm slow. Come on, man. Repeat it.
Are you going to interrupt me or no?
I will not interrupt you a single word.
So, the same faculty that enables human beings to participate in the affection of historically novel determinations and developments, ergo, the same faculty that allows us to effect truly and radically free acts into reality, can also be applied to the production and affection of acts, performance of acts, I should say, which are historically trivial and bear no significance with respect to the actual determination of alternative outcomes materially. You could say that the outcome is distinct empirically, in the sense that Pepsi is empirically distinct from Coke, but it is inconsequential from the perspective of historical materialism. So the same faculty that allows human beings to participate in history is also employed in non-historically relevant forms of behavior and activity. So that's how alternatives are possible, even if they don't automatically lead to transitions in modes of production.
Okay, so at the very least, there is the alternative of me having Pepsi or Coke.
Yeah.
As inconsequential as that might be. Okay, so it is possible for there to be alternatives with respect to how I move my body, whether I reach out my right arm or my left arm.
Right. Right.
Okay.
My argument is that the object is an indispensable factor in the determination of whether we can actually say the choice is free. The choice doesn't simply consist in deciding with your will, I want Coke versus Pepsi. The choice also has to involve a specific kind of relationship with the object and with the outcome. And that's where we disagree, perhaps. My understanding of free will and choice is a relational understanding. Your understanding seems to be that we just kind of, based on the whims and fancies of our consciousness, decide to choose things arbitrarily from, maybe not arbitrarily from an internal, I don't know what the internal rationality could possibly be, but we simply individually just decide in a vacuum-sealed context to choose things, and then we affect those things into reality, and that's how reality is shaped. I obviously reject that view, because I regard choice as a relationship between what already exists materially and what relationality we have to that. Because man, specifically under my definition, is a being defined by self-relation and their self-reproduction, right? As per the Marxist definition.
Right. So that, again, this is what I'm saying. You Marxists, you have completely absurd definitions of every single possible term. It's nonsense. Nobody thinks, oh, choice, that's a relation between what is already materially there and the conditions of it, blah, blah, blah.
I think most people do intuitively regard choice that way.
Every single person, if you go out on do this test, HAZ. Please do this test. Live stream it. Go out on the street and ask 100 people, does choice mean that you can select between alternative A or alternative B?
Sure, I have two responses.
100 of them will say, yeah, that's what choice means.
I know, I have two responses to that. I'm glad you're now deferring to the colloquial authority. You're past the PPAP stuff. I'm glad you're engaging in that deference. I'm glad you've been humbled in that sense. Secondly, I actually think if we break it down, I think intuitively, most people do understand that our capacity to engage in choices is determined by
capacity.
Our faculty to make choices is okay. I guess you're very interested in the specific usage or misusage of words, whatever.
Specifically, I'm mocking you because you can't speak English.
Yeah, I'm just not really affected by your mockery. But in any case,
you seem a little bit affected.
The second point okay, well, you keep trying to deflect to prevent me from actually making the point I'm making. I think
that's what I'm doing. I think
most people intuitively agree that choices are not created in a vacuum-sealed context, but can only be understood with respect and in relation to the context of what is established as possible. I think most people agree with that. And if you ask
that, what you mean is there are no choices.
No, when people
you don't use words
when people say they went to 7-Eleven and chose Pepsi versus Coke, they've also implied a context in which they were presented only with the possibility of choosing those two things, or another given quantity or range of different soda products or something, right? But it's always implied in people's everyday usage of choice that there is a deeper context of the threshold of possible different choices that can be made that is not itself something that we choose directly, right?
It's in the context of the fact that they have free will.
We don't choose.
That's the context it's in.
We don't choose necessarily to be human. We don't choose to be born on planet Earth. We don't choose to...
Oh my god, no way. So we didn't choose that square circles can't exist. I guess the whole free will point is gone, because you can't choose everything.
No, I'm just trying to explain to you
you choose certain things.
I'm just trying to explain to you what free will actually is. The free part of
could you choose certain things?
Okay, the free part of free will is not necessarily, going
and
to
you don't think there's alternatives with respect to free? We've gone over this, HAZ. Come on, man.
But you're trying to twist my view that that freedom is insight into necessity, meaning like a truly free act. There's no alternatives. There could only be really one free act, so to speak, right? Yeah, you're trying to confuse that. You're trying to confuse that argument very dishonestly with the view that I'm saying that people cannot passively make different choices, like Pepsi versus Coke. I'm not saying that.
Passive.
I've tried to explain it to you. The same faculty that we have that enables us with the possibility of being a Lenin, being a revolutionary. That same faculty enables us to make passive choices as well. In order for
passive choices meaning determined by the material factors. That's what you said
being,
earlier.
we have the capacity to use our will to be passive receptacles of what already exists. And in fact, we do.
What does will mean?
Well, again, I've tried to explain it to you, but you just seem unwilling.
I think everybody understands that you're spiraling here, Haz. You're spiraling.
I just don't feel that way at all. So
we're in the mockery phase now. I hope you understand.
Okay. No, I mean, if you wanna basically concede the debate, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I think that's what people are going to get from this, that I've conceded.
It's like, we're in the mockery phase because I can't keep up with your actual argument. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's pretty much what people are going to get from this. Don't you worry.
Okay, I mean, you basically, like, interviewed me this entire time. You didn't even commit to a position, and you're just, like, not satisfied with the responses I gave you.
So mean of me.
I think you were expecting you were gonna like catch me into some extremely like
I expected you to at least say that you're fucking materialist. You weren't willing to accede to any of Marx's
I don't even think you know what matter is in the Marxist view. So why would I don't. You don't really know what materialism is.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I asked you. Come on, you're the sensei.
You asked me if I was a materialist. I said yes, I am, and I explained what materialism is.
Okay, so then you do agree that there is no such thing as free will, that mind can't cause action. Oh, so you're not a materialist.
I am.
Come on, man.
Well, I guess you're like the authority who decides whether materialism is compatible with free will. I just don't. I don't respect you proclaiming yourself to have that authority.
Come on, clear your throat a little bit.
Yeah, focusing on such trivial details within this debate just shows you've lost it. You've just fallen face flat. You're just unable to keep up.
I have fallen face flat. I expect your community to post 1 million clips of this. Don't worry, as Aldine community, you can take any clips of my stream you want. They're all Creative Commons. You can post as many clips of my stream or of Haz's stream as you want. I don't know
why you're so worried and focused on what other people think when I'm just trying to faithfully...
I'm encouraging your community to clip this stream. I'm encouraging that.
I think you're just kind of revealing what you're like scared of.
I think you should also encourage your community to do so. I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think this just looks really good for you that this is what you're talking about now.
I agree. Haz, do you want to encourage your community to clip this? They should clip this. There's a bunch of Haz Aldine clips.
I think again, the projection of you saying I was spiraling is just self-evidently not true. And it's very clear that you're spiraling.
Let's say to your community that they should clip this debate.
Why are you so worked up? Can you calm down? You should take some magnesium.
Again, you're running back. You're running back.
I think your cortisol spiking big time, dude. You need to take some magnesium. Just calm down.
True. I think if people look at our respective streams, they're going to see me as really high cortisol and you as really low cortisol. And that's why your community should clip this debate. I think that's true. And I'm trying to encourage your community, clip this. Come on, man.
Just get it out of your system, man. Get it all out of your system. It's okay.
Just clip this debate. Come on,
man. Continue to get it all out of your system, man. Continue to pivot away from any substantive topic of contention and focus on this. No problem.
I want to revel in the meta debate. This is how it works, Haz. You understand that?
Yeah, I think how it works is that when people no longer have anything meaningful to say in an actual debate, they just start falling on the meta commentary about the debate, which is fine. I think you don't really have anything to contribute.
The whole community can see how much calmer you're being here than you normally are. You would be so aggressive against me if I was slipping up. You'd be so aggressive against me. Here you're like so like I think we should be more with decorum.
No, yeah, you were. No, I think you were a little.
Up a blood sports
I think you were expecting me to like quote unquote chimp out because that's what your community claims I do. This is what right wing people say that I do in every debate, and it's just not true. It's just never been true that I do that every debate. The idea that like I'm always like yelling and aggressive every debate is a myth about me that I've disproven on both this debate and every other debate that I've taken much more seriously. But when I do actually like get super aggressive and yell and stuff, it's usually because I'm in a certain mood. I haven't gotten a lot of sleep. I'm being like frustrated because someone is like unwilling to even hear anything I'm saying and interrupting me. But right now, I've gotten really good sleep last night, and I'm pretty just like in a good mood, and I just like really am not cortisol maxing at all. And it's, you know, you can read into it and be like, oh, I must be performing so well, and that's why he's not getting angry at me and like being aggressive. But I feel like that's like, even from a common sense perspective, when people accuse me of chimping out, they're being like, oh, you're doing that because you just lost the debate, right? So like, which one is it really? It doesn't even make sense.
You're projecting.
No, I'm just saying it's kind of like irrational when like I've gotten this like unfair reputation of like I have this like unfair reputation of like chimping out because I'm losing the argument. But when I'm entirely calm, you're like saying no. The reason you're not chimping out is because I'm actually doing so well, and you only get angry at people who suck.
You don't remember how this whole thing started. I remember. I came to you and said, "Hey, let's do this." I was ignored by Jake Shields, so on and so forth.
Why is that my problem?
Then I had to send in the army, the Zuluwaffen.
Okay,
right? I had to.
My army would destroy your so-called army.
And then
no
you got
problem.
very angry. You were so angry all the time. Your cortisol was through the roof. You're getting angry about everything, every little thing, setting you off the fucking ticker.
Because I'm willing to debate
That's
almost
how
anyone.
This started.
You're trying.
This is how this started, man.
This started because you were trying to falsely imply that I was dodging you or evading you, which just wasn't true. I just never knew who you were.
Correct.
Okay. How is it my fault that Jake Shields was not taking up the offer of bringing a 6,000 follower British guy to Vegas to debate me? Like, how is that my problem?
That's what I had to do, man. That's what I have to fucking do. And you were getting so rowdy. You're getting so fucking rowdy. And now you're
Zulu,
not.
You tried to send your like pissant tiny army to challenge me, and I just responded by giving you my army, right?
And it worked.
Well, I mean, if that's the only way you could get my attention, it just shows you're pretty irrelevant, honestly.
And I have defeated you in this debate. I think we can all agree.
If that's what makes you feel better, we should just let the audience decide. You know,
sure.
I don't. I mean,
we can end it there. I don't think we're going to get much more room on this front of argument.
Well, if you just can't take any more of it and you got to tap out here, sure.
Yeah, I'm so scared. I got to tap out right now. Please, master, please.
Okay. I mean, is there anything else, or like, do you have any like actual point to make?
I think I've given enough of that already.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
All right, he left. Which it's pretty don't blame me for the lack of content, by the way. I absolutely did prepare a little bit for the ECP, the economic calculation problem. I absolutely was like pretty excited to present my vision of a communist mode of production, and how that could be possible, and how the ECP would be irrelevant. I was like very much ready to like debate about history and like all sorts of other things. But he just asked me like the Marxist materialist view of free will, and you know, I happily obliged. He's the one who wanted to debate me, and I can only assume that's what he wanted to debate about, right? So, you know, that's what we debated about. No problem. And yeah, I mean, like, I don't like, he kept asking me a bunch of questions that I was able to answer. I mean, you know, it's interesting. I wrote for Red America about free will and materialism, and how like there are permutations of different possibilities. Why? Because things that are materially established, once it's been established as possible, it does repeat, right? It is inevitable that people will do certain things that have been established as possible, even if they're just a purely passive subject, right? Because if we truly, this is the dialectical paradox, if we truly do have free will, then it is possible that the expression of our free will could even be passive, right? Like we're dreaming in a way, right? Like the fact that you are conscious dialectically implies the possibility that you can also dream. You can also have an unconscious, right? So it's like the possibility of free will opens up that you can be a passive actor. You can actually engage in passive acts, which are not a true and full and by the way, most human acts are passive, and that's completely fine and it's normal. But with respect to understanding the free will that participates in the determination of history from a Marxist perspective, you're dealing with a very special relationship between the revolutionary subject or the revolutionary actor and the integral totality
of the
mode of production.
So he alleged you were obfuscating.
Lawns, thank you so much. I think most people are not used to me talking this fast or this comprehensively, and that's just usually because I'm sleep deprived. I got full sleep last night, and that wasn't a problem. Thank you, Lon. And by the way, I'll go through the list of everybody who donated if I can. So, Amila, thank you so much. You donated a lot. Thank you so much, Amila. It's a shame the text-to-speech didn't show up. I think I had the alerts closed. Marcus, what's up? Appreciate the 6. Amila, thank you so much. Guys, my bad if I'm missing big donations or something. Honestly, it's not showing up. But thank you so much. Appreciate it. I wasn't actually surprised that he was just going to immediately tap out and concede. I think he got really flustered and frustrated by the fact he just couldn't keep up, which is fine. I understand this is very don't open this can of worms if you're not educated or knowledgeable or intelligent enough to keep up. You know? As a matter of fact, but I will give people the benefit. If you're a Zulu fan, when this stream is over, you can click ask on the YouTube and ask Google Gemini to summarize my argument and simplify it for you. You can actually keep up with my argument if you just ask Gemini or, get a transcript and put it into AI and ask them what I meant and tell them hey, can you dumb this down for me? I'm an idiot. And they'll actually explain it to you. So don't worry. Just say you're a materialist and a determinist, or say you believe in free will. But I happen to have a unique view that reconciles free will with materialism, so I'm not going to do that.
LiquidZulu says the age of consent is arbitrary on his website BTW. Easy win for infrared.
Thank you, Polar. I appreciate it. And I just don't care. I've been very consistent about my defense of free will from a materialist perspective. He didn't even talk about capitalism versus communism. It's pretty crazy. I don't care about this person. I'm sure they're a freak. I'm sure they're a weirdo. But I don't know who they are. I don't really want to know who they are. They're just not very interesting to me. Emilio, what's up?
When they get quiet like that, they conceded. This is why Europe is at the bottom and America is on top.
I love when he asked me a question, I would give a very concise one-sentence answer, and he would just ask the question again. I was like, what about that do you not understand? The reason you have the freedom to choose Coke versus Pepsi is because you have a faculty of free will.
ACP,
NJ, what's up? You do have a faculty of free will, but an indispensable part of the definition of that becoming effective in reality is that it has a specific relationship with material conditions. You can apply that to affecting outcomes that are historically inconsequential. No problem. But we have to distinguish the choices that affect history from the choices that are mere passive receptacles of what is historically established as possible. So when he's like, well, the fact that I can choose Coke versus Pepsi somehow means that every revolution in history was similarly an arbitrary choice. It's very easy for a Marxist to break down the distinction between that individual scale choice of Coke versus Pepsi versus a choice that truly is responsive to the historical era you live in. Zombie, what's up? Appreciate the 10. I'm kind of willing to continue live. If there's any Zulu fans that thought he performed well, there's an open invite to the Discord, and you can get in the Discord and like try to make the case that like he somehow did well or something. That would be fun content. Starside, what's up?
Another big W.
He was asking really weird questions like, you know, is it possible that, you know, the things that are outside the capacity of our choices could have influenced me to be different? And I'm like, well, that's kind of a strange question. I can't really... Can we truly speak of it as having been possible if there is absolutely no mechanism for that possibility to be affected? It's like, could a gust of wind have, like, made you fall down the stairs when you were 10? On the one hand, no, because the past is past us, right? On the other hand, according to known physical laws, according to known social possibilities, under those strict possibilities, can we regard that as possible? It's like, well, yeah, but ultimately, no, because it already happened, and we can't go in a time machine and make it happen differently, right? So he needed to clarify. I was trying to explain to him the difference between that as well, and he just wouldn't get it. But what about alternatives? I'm like, well, look, the reason there's alternatives, there's that arbitrary wiggle room of possible alternatives. There's a degree of variation that's just inevitable, given the multitude of different conditions people live in, and so on and so on. And then on the other hand, we absolutely have free will that is an indispensable function of the ability for human beings to participate in novel historical changes. But and that same thing can be applied to trivial, inconsequential decisions, right? And he's like, but why is that possible? Why is that alternative possible? Why is that possible? And I just tried to explain it to him. Like, so I just don't think, I think he got very insecure with his performance and started engaging in meta commentary, which maybe he thought made him look good. They call me Sonic. I can't show you all the... Okay, I don't know if we should like switch to Kick or something, but I have been experimenting with Suno a lot, and I've become like autistically addicted to Suno, like as a special interest. I've been making like a ton of music. But some of it is like TOS on YouTube, and I can't share it. But there's one that goes hard as fuck. I want to open Kick right now. Maybe we'll have to wait. Zach is asking, why were you so fiery with Ben? I don't remember being angry or fiery. Collier, I remember being like similarly calm when I was debating Ben, Bouncy Benny Boy. But I appreciate your insult against Bouncy Ben, implying that he is like, I guess you're saying he's not as great as Zulu. Shaken up and fidgety when it comes to Zulu. I don't think I've been fidgety. I think maybe I had coffee or something earlier. Maybe, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I mean, he had the opportunity to debate me. He just wouldn't. I gave him plenty of opportunities. I even tried to like outline our distinct understandings of what a free will is. He wouldn't engage. He just kept asking the same question, which I kept responding to over and over again. Like he was confusing the fact that you could choose Pepsi versus Coke versus can you choose to participate in the development of history in a way that's going to affect a distinct development. Two very different questions, or questions that have very different responses at least. I love the framing of the debate because really for these people, free will is just Coke versus Pepsi. And it just reflects their bankrupt worldview, you know? Again, for a lot of people, it's just hard to follow through. That's fine. Just ask Gemini to summarize it when the video's over. I was honestly expecting, like, you know, the ECP or, like, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I did kind of, like, think about some of the common arguments that these type of people make. I was interested in talking about capitalism and the world we live in. Instead, he wanted to strictly... You know what I think it is, to speculate maybe? I think he saw, like, the Jay Dyer thing, and he's like, HAZ will never talk about materialism. He would never talk about, you know, ontology or anything like that. And I'm just going to, like, try to trigger him because Jay Dyer, like, wouldn't even debate me and kicked me out after, like, 5 minutes. And he just presumed that like, I don't know, that I would be unwilling to debate philosophy or something. They saw me Sonic. Na, 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 na. Doesn't Christianity and Islam also fit God's plan with free will? What are you asking? I have no idea what you're asking. What you could possibly be asking. They call me Sonic. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I do have a tendency, you know, I'll be honest, I never underestimated this person. I never underestimate anyone that I will set a time to schedule a debate with. I very much expected this to be difficult. I didn't expect it to be like an interview about my philosophical worldview, which is extremely rigorous and comprehensive. And just like, fun fact, if you want to like stump me in debates, the thing that would probably be like provide difficulty with, if you're presenting me factual arguments I'm not familiar with, if you're like making claims that I'm not familiar with the veracity of, that would make me look much weaker. But I really just have this tendency, like, I underestimate debate opponents so much. I'm not to be honest, I didn't. 2 hours before the debate, I started to seriously sit down and think about my views on the ECP and the history of capitalism and my understanding of, like, socialism and the communist mode of production and how that could be possible. I was, like, very much ready to, like, engage and talk about that. And he just immediately opened with, what do you think about materialism and free will? And I was like, to be generous, I think maybe it is relevant to the ECP, because I think one of the fundamental crux of the ECP line of argumentation is that the economic choices people make are just arbitrary and in no way reflect objective laws of history or an objective threshold of possibility in terms of what's established by technology and nature and our given degree of socialization, like our division of labor and specialization and so on, the accumulated general knowledge of society. Whereas, and you understand, the socialist reputation of the ECP is more or less that socialism or communism establishes or implies a rational logos of kind of of a general kind of social systemic reproduction that very much establishes the ordinal rankings of priority of different resources and labor-intensive forms of activity and so on, integrating all of these things into an ultimately rational system, which just operates on the basis of a different logic than capitalism does, right? And, you know, in that sense, I mean, maybe that's why he was stumped, and maybe that's why he wasn't willing to move past his pedantic, like, sophistry with respect to the question of free will, because I think that it probably maybe a foundation for his ability to argue the ECP, you know? They call me running. Okay, hold on. Zach is trying to, like, make sense of Zulu, so I'll entertain it. Zulu, was asking for the metaphysical ontological justification for the possibility of alternatives to what has already occurred, something you have never provided. I think he would have made a better case for the point he was trying to make or the question he was trying to ask if he would be like, in the here and the now, what is the metaphysical and ontological justification for my current ability to choose this versus that? Because when we're talking about things that have already occurred in the past, it's like a weird physics argument you're engaging in. So, provided that he would specify what he means, that there are alternatives before us as far as distinct choices we can make, what accounts for that possibility, my explanation for it was basically that the source of that freedom, so to speak, that arbitrariness, is actually rooted in our true free will, but they're not a reflection of real expressions of our free will. It's like it's the employment of our faculty of free will to realize outcomes that don't ultimately reflect or affect that freedom, and that freedom is a relationality. Ultimately, the free act, and the object, right, the material object, and I tried to explain that it's a relationship. And it's, to put it simply, like the same thing that gives prophets the ability to receive the message of God also gives people the possibility to engage in deceit and trickery and also other kind of messages, right? That do not directly reflect a fidelity, a faithfulness to God, right? That direct relationship. We have that same underlying faculty, right? But in this analogy, the only free act is the prophetic relationship to God. That's the only real free relation or free act as affected, right? When those two components combine, right? Our ability to kind of, we passively receive all of these different things, but not everything that we receive by way of our will is actually an expression of the depth and power of that will, so to speak, the reality of that will. So, for example, we use our free will maybe to choose Coke versus Pepsi, but we're not employing our free will in an effective way. We're not affecting that will into reality. I feel like that maybe he was really confused about. I understand it's a confusing argument. Like, when we choose Coke versus Pepsi, we are, yes, using our free will, but the outcome is not a way of affecting the free will, where we are giving way to an outcome that has already been determined as possible. And therefore, the distinction between Coke and Pepsi is trivial and in no way meaningful from the perspective of free will, despite the fact that free will and that faculty was indispensable in realizing it, right? And I think that's where the confusion came from, maybe, right? Like, we can use our free will to give way to predetermined outcomes. That sounds confusing to people who haven't spent a great deal of time thinking about this, but I have. We can use our free will to give way to predetermined, conventionally established outcomes. To use our free will in a way that actually affects the free will into reality requires an outcome that has not been established, that is truly novel, and that's what gives us our freedom. To put it simply, if we were unable to be revolutionaries like Lenin, then we would all basically be passive farm animal consumers who are only capable of choosing between things that have already been established, and in no way can we affect history, right? Could this debate have gone any other way? I mean, I think it could have gone a different way if he chose to simply debate about capitalism versus communism. But he did indeed choose this specific line of inquiry. For sure, he used his free will. Yeah, he used his free will to choose to make this a really circular, pedantic, wasteful debate from, I guess, the perspective of attempting to secure victory on his part. He did use his free will for that, but look at, did the outcome he affect? Is that a reflection of free will? The outcome? No, the outcome is just another pissant that I've destroyed in a debate. I've destroyed plenty of people in debates. It's already been established as possible. Were he to make choices that led him to defeat me in the debate, that would have been an unprecedented novel development, right? So that would be the analogy. Amila, what's up? Yeah. Materialism doesn't negate free will. I need to continue to insist on that. Materialism does not negate free will. Because free will, even from a idealist determinist standpoint, because first of all, materialism and determinism are not automatically the same thing. There's idealist types of determinism, like the Hegelian kind, right? And the Hegelian structure of free will is that freedom is insight into necessity. So if dialectical materialism shares that structure of, kind of dialectical determinism that's in Hegel, free will is not incompatible with determinism. Hegel wasn't the first person to argue that. Mullah Sadra argued the same thing. Free will and determinism are not incompatible. I asserted that the distinction between free will and determinism is highly problematic, and I don't accept it. He was uninterested in how free will and determinism could possibly be reconciled, and there's nothing I can really do about that for him. He has the free will to continue being ignorant, so to speak. They're incompatible because contradictions are impossible. You deny the law of identity and thus you believe in contradiction. I think that's another myth that Ayn Rand or non-Marxists will make, that we affirm contradictions in the sense of like logical contradictions. So from the perspective of a given proposition, not only of thought, but any kind of one-sided form of activity, reality is indeed contradictory. If we confine ourselves to the terms of a one-sided proposition. Why? Because reality is constantly in motion, it's in flux, it's defined by internal relationality, whereas a given proposition is only one side of a given story. When you propose something, such as a form or an identity, there are a whole other host of factors that go in to that specific proposition that are unenumerated and not necessarily automatically contained in the proposition in a way that you know about. You don't know all the factors that go into maintaining the integrity of a given proposition. There's natural factors, biological factors, hidden biases, and intuitions, and psychologies, and mental states, and all sorts of things that go into it, which you don't automatically have knowledge of. So Marx understood this distinction between the part and the whole in the logic of the rising of the abstract to the concrete. When you begin with an abstraction, which is abstracting itself from a concrete totality, you don't automatically have knowledge of how it's interrelated with everything else and how it's part of a greater concrete unity, right? You have to develop the relationships the abstraction has to other things in order to eventually arrive at the concrete and the concrete knowledge. So it's not that contradictions exist in the sense that, contradictory propositions should be affirmed necessarily. It's more like our propositions are unable to encapsulate and contain automatically and immediately the entire breadth, wealth, and depth and richness of reality and all its interrelatedness and processual development. So that's the problem with the law of identity. It's not that, we're simply saying contradictions exist. Mila, what's up? Not simply saying that we're saying contradictions exist. It's more like what we're saying is contradictions from the standpoint of any given one-sided act or proposition are going to be inevitable faced with the richness and development of reality or the object. Zombie, what's up? I probably can't react to it, or else I will be algorithmically, or the video will be blocked or something, so I probably can't react to it.
Yep.
Opposing forces' incomplete knowledge don't make a logical contradiction. The law of identity is whether something can both be and not be in the same respect at the same time. Well, the way in which our mind imprints identities and definitions upon things is necessarily incomplete. So if you're strictly operating within the framework of consciousness or mental activity, you are going to run up against contradictions, and that will be inevitable. I'll go on a limb and say something that may be unique from the Marxist perspective. Do contradictions actually immanently exist? And I would say they're superfluous from the perspective of what a determination or an object truly and really is on its own terms. We're not talking about a contradiction of distinct identities or affirmative and negative propositions. We're talking about a relationality and a process. And that is not necessarily the same thing as a kind of dualistic, two different positively defined terms opposing each other. We're talking about the imminence of a processual relationship, right? Which doesn't really care about the identities we attempt to impose upon it. That's not contradiction in reality, but merely your faulty perception. For example, I don't think God is inherently contradictory. Like, I wouldn't say that, you know? The problem is making consciousness the primary. Yeah, but that's what idealism does. That's what Aristotle does in the Law of Identity, right? He establishes he reduces our limited way of reducing reality to ideas and concepts with reality itself, and that reduction, I think, is impossible. Some guys like, is debate tonight? Oh boy. It's like, well, the debate already happened, you know? The so-called debate. Yeah, that's a good question. Is the debate tonight? I don't know, man. So now reality isn't contradictory, but contradictions are superfluous and reality is just relational, processual. That still assumes things are what they are, even if changing our concepts. Put it this way, things are what they are. Of course, things are what they are, but what's contained in the are is not a static form. Okay, so I know that's hard to understand, but what things are as they appear to us or as they acquire form is not the same thing as what they actually really are. The process of revealing the essence and nature of things across the cosmos is a process of becoming. And it never finds satisfaction in a given form as the receptacle of a given form, right? I agree things are what they are in the sense that God is God, right? So it's a very kind of Sufi perspective I have, actually, in a sense, which is that I regard the development of all creation, of all things in the cosmos, as the process by which being, so to speak, partakes and participates in the development and the realization of what it truly and actually is, right? And from the kind of Sufi or Islamic perspective about what being actually and truly is, it is that which reflects the will of God, right? The knowledge of God. According to the Holy Quran, God created because he wanted to be known, you know? He wanted something that was not him necessarily to reflect, in some sense, him, right? In a way that was not direct. This is why we have free will, for example. And it's very religious and mystical and stuff, but I think there's a profound kind of dialectical and materialist kernel of this, the logic underlying it. Thank you, Init. Appreciate you. Look, if you want to go down the path of common sense, I will happily oblige you. If you want to go down the path of complicated philosophy, I'll also oblige you. Don't blame me for being complicated. If you wanted to just have a simple debate about whether communism is possible according to the ECP, I would have done that, and I wouldn't have complicated it. He wanted to raise some... This is the problem with midwits. When I call him a midwit, I'm not simply engaging in an ad hominem or whatever. I'm saying that he is barking up the wrong tree. You want to talk about complicated, convoluted stuff, then talk about it. If you're not willing to commit to that, don't be a midwit when it comes to philosophy. Actually commit to all the complexity and difficulty that it entails. And if you don't want to go down the path of difficulty, don't talk about philosophy. Talk about common sense. I'll happily oblige you there too. Said the same thing to Jay Dyer. You know, let's just debate about the Bolshevik Revolution in Wall Street if that's what you want to do. He said, no, I want more metaphysics and philosophy. I said, okay, well then you're barking up the wrong tree and you better be prepared for stuff that's going to stump you and it's going to be a little too hard and difficult for you to follow up with, right? The weakness position you have is your attempt to reconcile Marxism and religion. From the canons of Marxism, it's incoherent. No, it's very coherent, actually. I think that Marxism historically was only dealing with a very narrow sense and understanding of what religion actually is. To be clear, I am anti-religious in the strict sense that I reject religion as a separate sphere within the overall division of labor that defines the shape of a human being. In that sense, I reject religion, ethics, morality, and every other division of labor, and I regard them as an integral unity and totality, right? I only comprehend things from the perspective of what they are concretely. I just believe religion is part of that as well. What we call religion and put into a separate box, I don't see art, science, religion, and all these other things as separate. I regard them as participating and partaking in a more comprehensive and total reality, right? A dynamic reality still doesn't go against the law of identity or show that contradictions exist, though even a process has to be something rather than nothing. Yeah, that's correct, but being as a something doesn't obey how we reflect beings into our thoughts. The same one-sided form that we impose upon things as they're reflected into our minds and our consciousness is not the same thing as the thing itself. Could things have been otherwise? If yes, why? What makes that possible? Ultimately, they could not have been. Relatively, they could have been. Ultimately, no. But that doesn't mean you can say relatively speaking. That means you're saying nothing can be different. Relatively speaking, everything and anything can be different, but ultimately it cannot. Ultimately, I'm absolutely a determinist, but I allow room for a relative autonomy of the superstructure with respect to the base, to borrow a term from Antonio Gramsci. The logic of that is also applies ontologically. There's a relative arbitrariness and relative autonomy, but ultimately it participates in the determination of the same thing. I didn't get the steps I needed to get in today, which is fucked up. I need to get my steps up. And today I just went to the gym and then I came back and I only prepared for like an hour or two. I didn't even have notes or anything. He said I had a script, which was really interesting. I have no script. I had no notes. I didn't type anything up. I simply just... I mean, frankly, I just kind of walked into this and did not know what to expect. But can see now that, you know, he just was not all that interested in an actual debate. Someone's trying to debate on the Discord. Okay. Are they in the show queue? Who specifically wants to debate? I'll wait. He hasn't been... Can a mod verify him? Just get a mod to verify him. I don't want to have to do this myself. What's his username? I might have to do this myself, honestly. Like, for real. Do you guys like see how fast I can talk and stuff when I just get 7 hours of rest? Like, usually I'm sleep deprived, honestly, right? Dark, please do it, man. Please, I appreciate it a lot. Mods are... I think Darg's gonna do it. He said he could. I'm getting a burger. Look into practicing yoga. That sounds super fun. Things... Look, you know what's interesting about reading the Dharmic tradition, specifically Hinduism? It's like, what constitutes the difference between things? The kind of Hindu view is that everything is ultimately Brahma. It's ultimately the same thing. And the very illusion of the distinction and differences between things partakes in the one ultimate reality that actually is, right? And there is a profound dialectical logic there that is absolutely shared within Marxism. When we accept that the things we think are different are not different in the way we think they are. There's the reality of relative distinctions between things is only possible because they ultimately share a reality, one reality. And freedom only opens up at the level or at the dimension of Brahma. There's only freedom at the dimension of Brahma, so to speak. And within Marxism, Brahma is the horizon, the horizon of all possibilities, the horizon of cosmos, so to speak, that's established by a mode of production. or I should say, an inceptual mode of production, colonizing the present from the future, as Engels put it, right? This ultimate reality of the integral totality of labor that we all share and how that's affecting us now is one thing. And that one thing is itself responsible for the illusion of distinctions at play here in the now. Pepsi versus Coke, so to speak. Yo. What's going on?
Nothing much.
Okay.
Doing. People give you that.
Okay.
Well, I just want to start with, do you think that people
Yeah.
that thoughts can affect action?
Yeah.
Thoughts can affect. Then doesn't that not mean, like, doesn't that mean that everybody being communist is not inevitable? I understand.
No, it's inevitable.
But if people have the choice to choose how they think,
Mm-hmm.
how is that inevitable?
Because although they have the choice to choose how they think, they don't have the choice to determine the outcome of those thoughts or the relationship between those thoughts and their material existence.
They can choose how they think, but they don't get to determine.
They don't get to determine the outcome or the relationship, the embedded relationship that ultimately determines the content of what that thought materially is or amounts to.
I can hold a thought in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I can act upon it. The
Yeah.
outcome of my action predetermined.
So rather than thinking of it as predetermined in the sense that there's some kind of like super causal mechanism that has automatically programmed the outcome to be a certain way, you should rather think of it in terms of like you have a specific thought which you're trying to affect into practice in a certain way, right? But there's inevitably going to be an asymmetry between the thought and the practice that's a consequence of you being unable to actually understand what your thought materially is, what it actually amounts to, and its relationship to thought, right? And the relation of thought and practice, so to speak. And only even if accidentally one stumbles upon a correct understanding of this relationship, which we would argue Marx does it become possible to actually transmit that information to others. And by the very logic of our human nature, so to speak, which is an attempt to achieve parity between thought and practice, right? That becomes dominant, and that becomes a kind of prevailing principle.
What makes it guarantee that your thought?
Hold on, can you guys not hear him? Oh, sorry, hold on. You were muted the whole time. I just unmuted him. Okay, go ahead.
Well, what makes it inevitable that your thought and action will be asymmetrical?
When there's a lack of scientific knowledge of the relationship between the two.
So if I'm given the choice, and I'm going to borrow an example from your debate between Coke and Pepsi.
Yeah.
Right, and I choose. I have this thought in my mind that I would like Pepsi, and I choose the Pepsi. My action is I purchase the Pepsi.
Right.
Where's the asymmetry between my thought and my action there?
Oh yeah, I mean in that case, there's no asymmetry per se. But I thought you were talking about, for example, with respect to the necessity of parity that makes communism inevitable, because communism is not a choice alternative to Coke and Pepsi. Communism is a choice alternative to a certain set of political practices, for example, right? Or a certain set of more holistically inclined and oriented practices. So, for example, I could talk about why it is that the attempt to maintain certain forms of consciousness as dominant, as the only kind of possibility, is inevitably going to fail faced with communism as an alternative, right? To put it in the, I don't want to confuse more with Coke and Pepsi, but To put it simply, all that needs to happen is that communism becomes like a relevant factor within our society as a possible choice people can take for it to become dominant.
So I'm at the library. I'm given the choice between Mises and Marx.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and my thought tells me I'm going to choose Mises.
Yeah.
And my
we would
action
say
follows that.
you're just going to praxeologically condemn yourself to a dead end. That's not going to change reality in any meaningful way, and you're going to be like stuck in this eternal loop of like you're going to be confined to the existing threshold of possibility in some kind of way. You're not, unless there's some kind of accidental alignment of the stars, so to speak, between the Micean position and an objectively revolutionary stance, which I'm not even saying is like, okay, it sounds crazy to even entertain that as possible, but there have been all sorts of cases throughout history where an obscure religious or something else kind of position accidentally becomes aligned with a process of social upheaval and revolution. You know, an example of this is in cinematic form in The Joker. So, for example, in The Joker, number 1, Joker makes all sorts of individual choices. The guy Joker, right? Joaquin Phoenix. And then accidentally, by the end of the film, his choices just so happen to align with a specific social position that kind of electrified the masses to rise up, right? And that was an accidental confluence of factors. So in that sense, we can stumble into a position indirectly without knowing the full consequences of what it actually is going to communicate, transmit, entail, or even mean within the context of history. But
So
by default,
I just wanna question
Marxists
that
would
as well.
say that so long as it remains accidental, even if the possibility is that you can accidentally keep getting lucky and you can be astrologically aligned accidentally a ton of times, you need scientific knowledge to maintain the consistency. And if you don't have the scientific knowledge, you're going to run upon the limitations, so to speak. Once if the stream is... Or did I get mass reported? What happened? Why did my stream get taken down? Are we
What?
good? Okay, hold.
I see your stream up. So
Okay, it's because my studio just like went down. That was so weird. Anyway, so it's like we would say basically that like you need the scientific knowledge to actually to know the relationship and not just continue to accidentally fulfill it indirectly.
So when I made the choice to read Mises over Marx, and I consciously made the decision, let's say, to be a capitalist and not a communist, was that a real choice? I made that choice.
Well, did you know
Could have been a communist.
Did you? Well, you have to know two things. Do you know the full range of possibilities that, or the consequences, I should say, that are implied by that choice? And do you also know the full range of consequences that are possible by the communist choice? If you lack that knowledge, can we say it's truly a choice? Or
of course it is, because I could have picked up that book as well with not. I could have not known the full consequences of either decision and chosen that.
I can colloquially concede that it's a choice, but I would not be committed to saying it's ultimately a free choice.
It's not a free choice. So you're saying I was forced to choose this.
It's relatively a free choice. Ultimately, it's not a free choice. Something can be ultimately not a free choice while relatively being a choice.
But let me try and narrow down the definitions here. If it's a choice, let's say, okay, what would you mean by a free choice? You need to have like all the knowledge of all human outcomes ever. You need to be omnipotent.
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. You just need to have knowledge of the relationship between the thought and the practice for it to like actually be an effective choice, right? Because freedom
choice,
is
knowledge between, what is this, knowledge of the relationship between action
Thought and action. I think if most Miesians or anti-communists knew what is possible or knew the content of the relation of thought and practice with respect to Marxism, that the fact that it's possible in the first place, I think that they would be compelled by the Marxist position, as 99, almost 100% of humans would be. But I think it's because they say things like, well, it isn't possible, or when it has happened, all it has led to is calamity and disaster and failure. They're basically prejudicing themselves and closing themselves off to a threshold of possibility established by Marxism, which they simply deny. So I feel like it is necessary for anti-communists to lie about the Soviet Union and China, for example, in order to maintain their position. If they actually knew what happened, I don't think their position would be viable.
What if they knew how incredible and amazing the Soviet work camps were?
If they knew how, compared to what they considered possible, miraculous it was that, you can begin with a country that has wooden plows and leave it with nuclear weapons and overcome overwhelming odds in ways that capitalism just hasn't established as possible. I think that it would be very hard to resist being tempted by the communist position.
I disagree, because I think that that's also kind of relative, I would say. There's trade-offs for it. So let's say the Soviet society did get those outcomes, right? I mean, yes, they got nuclear weapons and such and all that. But let's say they did do that. What was the trade-off? At what expense? Right? Because the state can achieve certain ends using, I guess, crazy means that wouldn't appear on the market. Like, let's look at El Salvador, right?
I would
say
the
crime rate is pretty low, but what is the trade-off of having a low crime rate, almost zero crime rate? Well, you probably imprison a lot of innocent people.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, if I'm going to do it, I can transfer this to the Soviet Union. Yeah, maybe they got to space, maybe they did get nuclear bombs, but what was the cost of that? Right?
Well, I think
achieve that ends, but with what means?
Well, we can only evaluate the cost if we understand the alternatives, to use a term Zulu loves, right? And I think that we can see an example of the alternative at play in the Middle East, which is that these pre-World War I empires would have been balkanized and would not have maintained their territorial integrity or the integrity of their sovereign power, and would have been split up, and it would probably just be endless conflict and third world depravity, and who knows what the human cost and toll of that would have been. I think we just look at what happened to the Ottoman Empire, which is an example of one of these, pre-World War I, pre-turn of the century polities. Russia and China belong to that category. Qing China, which had the revolution in 1911, roughly around the time World War I happened. It happened 3 years later. The tendency of every single state that didn't have communism was balkanization. Austria-Hungary, the German Empire, which the problematic of which led to World War II, and Turkey, right? The Ottoman Empire. So political fragmentation and, the inability to develop at all, and long-term suffering. It's unfortunate, but it's like, how long have people in the Middle East been suffering? Long time. Africa, it's the same. It's like, we don't really count the death tolls and the suffering and the costs there because we just consider them inevitable. Russia, there was some suffering for sure under communism, but the rapid and
by suffering in Africa, I'm not going to pretend I'm super knowledgeable on the subject, but as far as I know, they have kind of crippled their own economies through a lot of market regulation, and people can't really build businesses. You can. Like that.
I disagree.
Like, why is Singapore so much better off than African countries when they had about the same time that they were under colonial rule, and they've had the same amount of time being independent?
Well, because the relationship to colonialism was different. Singapore was obviously propped up as one of the financial centers of the world as a city-state. Singapore never had to run up against the problems that China and Russia ever had to, which is at scale dealing with the industrialization, and unity of an entire nation, right? The question is, could Singapore, if it was an empire, have replicated the city-state of Singapore at scale? I think no. I think at that level, you're talking about a different form of politics, more imperial type of politics in the traditional sense.
You don't think given 80 years you can get past it? I think it's a lot of time in the context of history.
Could you have a vacuum sealed city that can be very well managed and administered and get a lot of foreign capital and investment? Yes, but I don't think you can define nations by a single city. I think that a city is a single administrative unit, whereas a nation encompasses a much, not simply like bigger in scale as in more people, but it's like a different relationship to the governance of people and the unity of a people.
Well, I don't think you necessarily need that.
Well, I think there's a whole host of separate challenges that states like China or India or any other large continuous kind of state or nation would have to face that Singapore did not. Like, for example, what rural problem did Singapore have to face of a giant rural population? I think the rural geography with respect to Singapore is really like, Malaysia or whatever, right? And it could just kind of cut itself off from that and just be, we're just going to be an independent city. I think that's a administrative distinction mainly. I think Singapore's sovereignty is kind of artificially propped up by the international law or potentially a bilateral agreement that is not really effectively binding in any material sense.
Mm-hmm. Just thinking. Let me back to the choice aspect. I just want to understand what you mean by perceived choice. Like, the choice between Pepsi and Coke is not a free choice, right? But it's a perceived choice. What's the distinction between the two?
I said it's relatively a free choice, but it's not ultimately a free choice, right?
What would a choice need to be in order for it to be free?
Ultimately be free? It would have to directly relate to or respond the conditions of the possibility of making choices in the first place. It would have to actually be a choice made in the context of an unprecedented threshold of possibility that is like you have no guarantee in terms of like any conventionally predetermined established authority or convention or prejudice that's communicated to you, and you're doing it on the basis of like a direct relation to the absolute. So the best analogy would be like a prophet, right, in history. But I also say that's true for Lenin or Mao or any other revolutionary, Che Guevara.
Mm-hmm. I don't see why that matters, and if the choice you made was free, because you now you're just talking about the quality of choice. That the choice would have to be something novel, something that's never happened before.
No, I think the significance of novelty here with respect to freedom is that it violates the constraints that are imposed by the established horizon of activity. And if you haven't passed that threshold and proven your capacity to escape that threshold, you can't say your choices are free. A pig is, in a sense, like, let's just analogously, like, pigs can move around, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to be confined to the pen that they're put in on the farm. So they can move to this corner or that corner or that corner, and they have that capacity. And we cannot qualify the movement as free until they move out of the pen. For as long as that movement is confined to the pen, it's not free. It's just it's kind of a passive receptacle of the conditions imposed upon them. Why did I go?
Well, I mean, corner? You mean they went to the left corner because it was predetermined they would go to the left corner, or that was one of the.
That's what I'm saying. Choices. It's problematic to simply say it was predetermined they would go to the left corner or the right corner. All we're saying is that it is absolutely predetermined that they could only have gone to the left or the right one, or the other two corners, right? And this I wouldn't
say it's predetermined. I mean, these are the choices that they had, and they were able to choose between them.
Yeah, but those are the only choices they have, right? And therefore, if these are the only choices they have, are they really making a choice in the real ultimate sense of the word choice? Or are they simply a passive receptacle of their environment? If I put pigs in a pen, and provided that they're going to be confined to the pen, it falls within a kind of probabilistic distribution of predictability that they will inevitably go to the left or right or whatever corner, because this is the horizon of possibility that's been established for them. And they're just kind of they're going to meander and bounce around, because what we know is an inevitable quality of pigs is that they do in fact move. I agree in the same sense, it's an inevitable quality of man that he does make choices in the same way a pig moves, right? The content of those choices, can only be said to be a free choice if it violates the given threshold of possibility established with respect to the range of possible choices.
So let me bring up another example. Like you brought up the pig pen. Let's say I go to an ice cream shop, and inside of the ice cream shop, there's 3 flavors of ice cream, and these are the only 3 flavors available. I got vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. All right, and I am feeling like choosing chocolate that day. So, are you saying that, let's say, because I didn't have more than these 3 options of ice cream, that my choice was actually predetermined that I chose chocolate, or did I actually
Instead of saying it's predetermined, let's just say it falls within a predictable probabilistic probabilistic distribution that you would choose one over the other, that it can be.
Could I have chosen vanilla?
Yes, and that all 3 ranges of variation within that choice could be accounted for within a kind of probabilistic statistical distribution. And that's how we should understand causality, by the way. We can't understand it as a one-sided mechanism. There is variation within any given threshold of passive activity. But when that
variation, what is that variation?
Well, you just gave an example of what it could be, right? Choosing.
Right. It's my thought, right? Free thought to choose between these options.
Again, I'm going to repeat what I told Zulu. It's not entirely your free thought. The reason you choose chocolate over vanilla could very well be a consequence of your experiences with that. So now
it wasn't. So now it was predetermined.
It's not necessarily true that it's entirely predetermined. We're just saying that you can't say it's one thing in a vacuum. The meaningful context of your choice, it's established by a context. Is it inevitable that you would have chosen vanilla? Not at all. In fact, even to prove a point, you could have chosen chocolate, to prove you can, right? Yeah. But most people don't simply act on the basis of trying to prove they can do things. Most people act on the basis of their experiences and their tastes, which in part are determined by, for example, how does it taste to you? How does your taste develop? How is it acquired? And so on and so on. So it's like that's not the same thing as saying there is no possible alternative, right? Just because if I say that, for example, you at that moment chose vanilla versus chocolate because you've tasted vanilla before and your taste buds are such that it's chemically better in your mind or whatever, it tastes better, or maybe there's like a unconscious pathological reason that you passively just choose vanilla or chocolate without even thinking about it. Does that mean it would have been impossible for you to choose chocolate? No, absolutely not. But in order for you to have chosen chocolate, the what do you call it? The burden would have been higher. You would have had to gone out of your way to do it, maybe to make a point, maybe to prove to yourself that you have that willpower, maybe maybe on the basis of some other rationale or some reason. But at no point could you simply do it because you just made it up in your mind and that's it. There's a burden of necessity that's there. That's higher, probably, right?
So I'm a little bit confused. So you said I could have done it out of spite and say I'm actually, my previous experiences I've liked vanilla. This time I'm going to go chocolate out of spite to show that.
Or maybe you wanted to try something new, right?
Right, but at the same time you said that you can't actually just make a choice off of
No,
it. Like
because
you're going to have some previous experience or something.
because when we represent choices in isolation from reality, we're engaging in nonsense. The ability for us to speak meaningfully about choices implies this context that I'm talking about. In that, when we imply that context, of course it's a choice, but that doesn't mean we can reduce the choice to choice itself, so to speak, right? Because choice implies material context always. And when we can take this context for granted, it's very easy to just say it was a free choice. Only when we take that for granted, though. And when some people engage in kind of sophistry and want to regard choice in a vacuum and ignore that context we all take for granted, they're engaging in nonsense, right? You can't have the choice in the first place if there aren't factors that are not itself choice that play a part in influencing it.
Influencing doesn't mean determining, though. You still have the ultimate
I agree.
will to choose what you like.
That's why I avoided the term determinism, by the way. I never accepted when he simply said, "Are you a determinist?" I say, well, I don't believe in a distinction between free will and determinism. I think that's a false distinction.
You think you can be a determinist that has free will?
A materialist that has free will. I don't think one-sided determinism and the one-sided conception of free will are both false from a dialectical perspective. It's a point I kept trying to emphasize and say, choice is a relationality. It's a relationship. And the same faculty of freedom that you have to have a real choice, just like a pig moves. A pig can leave the pen, maybe, by the same faculty that it goes to one corner versus another. But leaving the pen and staying within it are very different in this analogy, right?
Well, they're both still choices.
Whether
or not another pig has made that choice
only
before
in this
doesn't
analogy,
affect the fact
only
that it was
one
free
choice
will.
is truly a choice. The other is just a passive kind of.
Could have stayed in the pen. I wouldn't say it's passive. Like that's you're passing judgment on it. You have a choice to leave the pen.
It's
or not
by
to leave
and
the
large passive. It's passive because
passive meaning what? Like you were forced to, or it's just like
it falls within a
maintaining the
predictable.
condition?
It falls within a predictable kind of probabilistic distribution of what we would expect pigs to do if they were confined to a pen, and the pen
It didn't mean that it still didn't choose it, right? Like if I chose vanilla, the past 100 times I went to the ice cream store, you'd probably be right to bet money that I would choose vanilla again, but I could choose chocolate.
No, yeah, I mean, of course you could choose chocolate, but that's not the same choice as leaving the pen. You're talking about choosing a left corner versus a right corner in that case.
Why is it not the same idea behind it, the same principle behind it?
Because one actually changes the horizon of possible choices in the first place, while another acquiesces to a kind of environmental
But you had free will in both cases?
Yes, actually, but only in one case are you affecting free will into reality. In one case, free will participates in passivity, for sure.
Well, the pig doesn't move to the corner. I think his thought does affect reality, and his action moves him physically.
No.
Into
The
the
pig
corner.
doesn't have free. We're just talking about the tendency of pigs to move around, right? So the same tendency that leads pigs to go into one corner can also be a tendency that leads them out of the pen. But leaving the pen is not the same type of movement as being within the corner. Why? Because there's a kind of chaos from the perspective of the probabilistic statistical distribution that is introduced when he leaves the pen. Only if we presume he's inside the pen will he fall within a probabilistic predictable variation, right? As soon as he leaves the pen, it's chaos. We don't know what he's going to wander off in, and it's undefined from that perspective, right? That's
I don't think it matters how predictable the action is, despite the fact that the action.
No, but actually, it's very important from the perspective of understanding determinism versus randomness or whatever, right?
You don't think that it applies at all choices? That you either have a choice in all choices, or you have none. Where is the distinction between?
You have a choice.
This is a really big choice, and therefore this one is actually.
You have a choice in all choices, but not all choices are real choices. Some choices,
not all choices are real choices. Like they didn't have actual.
Some
will
choices
behind
are
it.
only relatively choices, but they're not ultimately choices.
They didn't have free will behind it, or that they're these are choices that have been done before.
There's a free will behind it, yes, but the free will does not actually become affected into being, into reality. It doesn't become realized.
This is where I'm hung up again. It doesn't become realized, but it does, because when they made the choice and did the action, it did affect reality.
No, it didn't. It did not
have affected reality in similar ways.
It did not affect reality. It simply conformed to what reality already is.
You mean it didn't interact with the physical world at all? The thought did not.
Yeah, but we're not simply talking. We're not. First of all, we're not simply talking about physical interactions. Marxism doesn't deny that there's different permutations of possible different physical interactions. The interactions that are of material significance and relevant to Marxism are the ones that expand the threshold of possibility, right?
So one that expands the threshold also affects reality just as much as one that
I think
doesn't.
somebody in my chat put it really well. It's like taking the red pill and leaving the matrix is a choice, but living in the matrix and making choices in it is not a choice. Those are not real choices because they fall within very predictable ranges of possible permutations of activity. At no point are you actually making choices. Your choice, your faculty of free will is participating in your conformity.
You're just talking about the quality of choices, not the fact that you are making them. If the quality of the choices brought to you is common, right? Let's say the rarity of choices.
No, it's not simple. I think you're... I want to be simplistic and be like, okay, for the purpose we can simplify it. It's just really not true, though, because in one case, the quality of the choice involves the actual affecting of the choice into reality. The other one is not simply a qualitatively distinct choice. It's a choice that simply partakes in conformity and passivity. It's a passive choice. It's relatively a free choice. Ultimately is not a free choice.
A passive choice. Okay, so let's say this. I mean, I don't really understand making the distinction between this is a choice that broadens the horizons of possible choices later versus this is a choice that keeps the, well,
you just have to think of them differently in terms of the consequences.
But I would say they're both still a product of free will. Making the choice, whether or not you take the red pill and leave the matrix, or you take the blue pill, either choice is a choice. And after you take the blue pill, any simulated choices are still free will.
You cannot say it's a product of free will in both cases. In one case, you could say free will participates in the passive, determination, which I'm not denying. But only in one exclusive case can you say it's a product of the freedom, truly free will, of mankind and so on.
So let's say I'll accept this, okay, and that we'll go by. Here are yes, you have free will in all your choices, except you deem some choices special free will, and other choices, even though you did make them out of will, they're not choices.
They're relatively free choices. They're relatively choices, but ultimately it's not a choice. I think you're missing like the ultimate versus relative distinction here.
But what makes you judge that? Like, I don't understand why is that criteria even important? Because the mechanism of making the choice in both cases, like, let me try and give an example to show my my thinking here. So I can have my gun, and I can go to the range, and I can fire one shot forward downrange and hit the paper.
Mm-hmm.
I can also do that same thing as a soldier, fire one shot downrange and hit an enemy.
Okay.
Both actions are identical. I fired the weapon, the bullet went out. Now, you might say that, okay, there was you really shot when you were a soldier, but you were just practicing when you
why don't we
you were
use
at the
a
range.
better example, which is the Joker one, right? Where Joker accidentally stumbles into an effective choice he didn't even know he made, right? In that case, it all comes down to, are you committed to the recognition of the alignment that you accidentally stumbled into? Like, do you understand what you just did, basically?
I don't understand this Joker example. I haven't seen the movie.
Yeah, well, Joker is just a kind of individual who's making a bunch of arbitrary individual choices, but accidentally stumbles into actually making a real choice he didn't even know he made that has like some historical significance. So by the end of the movie, there's literally a revolution with people like wearing Joker masks and stuff inspired by him. And he had no idea that he was doing that, right?
Okay, sure.
So it's
did you understand my range point? Like the fact that firing the weapon
you can accidentally your question is a little obscure because I don't understand what's historically consequential in terms of the distinction.
Well, I'm not going to say it's historically consequential. I just want to try and pull out this principle from it that when I'm talking about choices and you talk about here's a free choice and here's a perceived, relative passive choice, and I'm trying to say, look, you're using the same free will, whether or not the consequence of that choice is historical or not. Just like when you're firing that weapon, yes, you indeed fired your weapon, whether or not you hit a real target. I'm trying to say, yes, you can, that in either case, you are firing your weapon. You do have free choice, whether or not the choice is consequential.
Our free, okay, so this is why I reject the distinction between free will and determinism. Because what I'm trying to say is that your free will can be used in such a way that makes you a passive receptacle of determinations.
The choices are predetermined to be put in front of you, and you are able to freely choose between them?
If you want to simplify it in that way, yes. And there's not necessarily an active dimension of those. You can easily kind of be half awake and stumble into a choice, so to speak. You weren't even necessarily like fully conscious, right? That's very possible, But even if you were, it ultimately doesn't matter because you're just actively reinforcing your passivity, which is so what justifies the notion that it's passive if you're actively reinforcing it. And my answer to that question would basically be because an indispensable part of what makes something a free act, like an act necessarily is actual, right? It's an actuality, is the relationship it has to the consequences.
So the consequences of your choice are what makes it whether or not you actually made that choice?
In a sense, I think so. Yeah, it's fair to say,
This doesn't really follow for me. So I chose to be a capitalist and not a Marxist.
Yeah.
Right? Was that choice consequential enough for you to deem it free will? Or was I always destined to be a capitalist?
I mean, if you want to know the truth, I would maybe categorize. I don't know you, but let's say like I would just have to assume. I would assume you're just like one of the random terminally online people that fall into one box or the other, and it's totally arbitrary. Like, okay, I'm gonna be a anarcho-capitalist. I'm gonna be a Nazbol, or I'm gonna be something else or whatever. And it's just like one of the things. It's like going to the store and choosing a different costume or something, right? I would say.
So I had a choice in the decision?
Even if you did have a choice, I don't know if you had the choice to have the awareness of the choice you were making, so to speak. That's a different type of choice.
I don't get it. So I was meant to be a capitalist then? If let's say I'm a terminally online guy and I could have fallen into any other bucket, then I'm determined to be a capitalist, and I just have to think what I think.
Well, insofar as you are a passive receptacle of determinations, you have not yet acquired knowledge of your free will. That's really the argument I'm trying to make. When you turn your mind off, so to speak, you
have the choice to turn your mind off?
You don't even know that's the choice you made most of the time. Maybe you did.
I didn't know I made a choice. Did I make a choice at all?
Maybe I can say, well, only when you have made the free choice are you aware of the choices you have made. That's what opens up your... It's almost kind of common sense when you think about it. Only when somebody, like let's say someone's like a victim of abuse, it's like only when I finally stood up and took responsibility and took charge of my life did I realize all the wrong choices I had been making all along, right? It's like the dimension of choice and will was not even open to you. You weren't even aware of it.
I don't think that doesn't mean that they didn't have a choice. It could, in retrospect, you can go, oh,
but
I should have thought about my choices much
even
better.
if they had a choice, the whole point is, it ultimately wasn't a choice, because the only moment that they actually, for the first time, made a decision and engaged in a free act or a free choice is when they engaged in the act that opened them up to the knowledge of the free will they had all along, right? If you lack that knowledge, you are a passive receptacle of determinations in some sense. But that doesn't mean it's inevitable that you have to be. That's my point. It doesn't mean there's no alternatives in that.
If it doesn't mean there's no alternative, then that means that people can choose what they believe in.
Put it this way. People can be... if you shut your mind off and you become influenced by your peers and your friends, is that a consequence of a truly free choice? Or when you shut your mind off, can we put the quote-unquote decisions you make into a kind of probabilistic distribution that make very predictable the fact that you're just going to become highly impressionable and do whatever your friends are doing?
I think it matters not how common or predictable the choices are. I think it matters that you did make those choices and they were available to you and you had free will throughout them. Whether or not, I'm going to give it to my friends and I'm going to drink with them. I think it's fair to say you were a passive receptacle of determinations. Passive receptacle of determinations, meaning my choice was determined, or I've been given choices that have been seen before.
See, the problem is you're still operating within a framework of a strict distinction between determinism and free will, which I reject. That's my whole point.
Well, you have to reconcile it.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly reconciled. You can be a passive receptacle of determinations and simultaneously have free will and free choice.
A passive receptacle of determinations.
Yes.
I hear this phrase a lot. What does that mean? Did I have a choice in the matter or not?
Well, it basically means that you can absolutely unknowingly make choices that are determined structurally or materially by factors that are not themselves identical with choice.
I don't get it. Can you try again, maybe explaining it a little bit?
You can make choices that are determined and caused by things outside of your choice.
I can make choices determined by things that are not my choice.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
I can make choices that weren't my choices.
That choice was inevitable. It just means
what is it? So this phrase, I can make choices that were determined by things that are not my choices.
Yeah.
This is just a contradiction.
If that's a contradiction for you, I don't know what to tell you, Well,
I can make choices that were determined, as in not choices, by things that were not my choices, as in I didn't choose it.
You're operating with a very crude distinction of free will and determinism, such that if I say something is determined by something, that means there was never any alternative possibility. That's not true. It's just frankly not true, right?
Well, then why use the term determined if it's not determined?
Okay, let me make it very, very simple for you, right? Let's say you are someone who doesn't have a lot of willpower, per se, right? And you're highly impressionable, and all of your friends smoke pot, right? And you, being impressionable, very predictably started smoking pot, because all your friends do, right? Would it be unfair for me to say that the fact that you smoked, that there was a determining mechanism of you smoking pot is because your social circle did? It wouldn't be unfair at all. It would be very fair to say you were a passive follower who just did something very predictable because you're impressionable and so on and so on.
Did something predictable. What is the doing there?
You smoked pot because all your friends do, and you were influenced by them. I think that would be fair to say, even in everyday language. I was
influenced, but I made the choice, and these factors...
But what did the choice you make, was that really a free act? And even if we say that your ability to make a contrary choice, we can still speak about determination in some sense, because clearly and evidently you weren't aware of the range of choices that you had.
If there was an alternative, then there was no determination or predetermination.
Yeah, but that's not true. That's what I reject. That's just not true. Determinations, it's evidently true that determinations can exist even if there are alternatives. There's just that's just what happens to be. That doesn't mean that's the only thing that could have ever been, but that's just what has happened to be. So that's a determination, right? Determination does not imply or deny the possibility of alternatives.
Well, I'm asking about
it's just a way of describing and referencing what is existent now, right?
What is existent now, or what has happened? Because I can agree that if something has happened, that choice was made, right? That was made in the past at that point, and it cannot be undone.
Just because we have the capacity to have willpower doesn't mean willpower is always in command of every decision. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not trying to say it is in command of every decision. I'm saying it can be in command for decisions.
It can be only insofar as you acquire a particular type of knowledge of the relationship between the will and the reality, for example, right? And that knowledge is not given. It has to be learned.
Learned? Can you apply that decision will to learn it?
People have
or is that also predetermined?
People have to learn how to make decisions before they can properly make decisions. I think that's really the crux of the point here.
Is that because of material conditions? When does somebody gain free will?
When they acquire some type of awareness. Oh, in the broader sense of the word, when does somebody acquire free will is a much more difficult question. But if you want to understand, like, when does someone become a responsible adult, in a sense, right? It's when you basically come to have an awareness of the relationship between your intentions and your actions, and your will and your actions, and so on and so on. When you have enough experience knowing what the relationship between those two things is, that your decisions can be properly informed, right? They can be proper decisions.
Okay, so let's say I've reached that stage, and then I choose to be a capitalist. Was that a real choice?
Well, I would say that being a communist, I would say you don't have a proper awareness of the relationship between a quote-unquote capitalist ideology and what its reality is.
So a choice isn't a choice unless it's a choice you agree with.
No, you just asked me in the specific case of you adopting a certain ideology.
So, okay, fine. Would it ever be possible to choose to be a capitalist?
To freely choose to be a capitalist?
Yeah, is that even possible in your framework?
You mean an ideological capitalist or like a actual Marxist capitalist in the sense of the word?
An ideological capitalist, somebody who reads Mises, attends Austrian economic lectures, all these sort of things. Yeah,
I wouldn't consider that to be a free act. I think that my definition of free acts is that they're necessarily revolutionary, right? The only act which is truly and ultimately free is a revolutionary act.
So if it's not a free act to choose to be a capitalist, then nothing can be done. I believe what I believe because of material condition.
No, because now you're trying to say that's a justification for the views that you have, which I could not sustain. You know, I couldn't give you that excuse as a justification. All I could do is basically say that, you know, until you acquire a knowledge or an awareness of the praxis, and however you do that is, you know, is how you do it. But until you do, then I wouldn't necessarily consider you like an active historical subject. I would say that people like you are going to be probably, I should expect them, they're going to be predictable, you know, and I can't really reduce that to people's choices. I think I would have to factor in that in consideration of the established threshold of what is possible, in consideration of the various things that influence people's consciousness, it's to be expected and predicted that people are going to adopt that type of ideology. And those people, I don't think, have a proper awareness of the relationship between ideas and practice.
So it was let me think about this.
Okay, well, I think that, it's been like, what, an hour? So.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty hungry, so, I don't know. You should think on it and just think about it a little more. And then maybe come back in a next stream or something else on TikTok when you've given it proper thought. I can tell you're still trying to think about this and stuff. And honestly, when this stream ends, you can just ask Google Gemini to summarize my point and simplify it. And I think people will have a better ability to actually challenge my view when they understand it. Whether my view is inconsistent or false or incoherent clearly has not been demonstrated or established how that is yet. So when it's over, you could just plug the stream into Google Gemini and just ask the AI to. I'm not even saying this as an insult. Some people might need that. I don't deny free will. I simply reject the dichotomy of free will and determinism in the first place, as many philosophers do, by the way. And I think there is room for the incorporation of free will into materialism. I think Zulu is trying to identify problems in the Marxist worldview that don't exist. And that's why he kind of waffled around and stumbled in the way he did. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up there. I will see you guys Tuesday.